هزت وربت وأنبت من كل زوج بهيج. That has been adopted by the Saudi Green Initiative. We are looking forward that this forum is going to have many editions to come in order to increase the vegetation cover and also increase the collaboration between all stakeholders, and also combating desertification, and also a protection of the environment, also to sustain and maintain the natural resources of the kingdom. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and in alignment of the Vision 2030, we have taken into our responsibility many steps that are, of course, the Saudi Green Initiative, under the Saudi Green Initiative in 2020, that was launched. I'm going to present a video for the planting of trees towards the future. Can we foresee the future? The future changes every day. It is influenced by our decisions, our choices, and our actions. The choice in our hands: a sustainable green future. National Greening Forum. We are going to exchange expertise across various sectors in order to highlight the opportunities, strengthen our partnerships, and unify our efforts to fulfill promises towards an ambitious vision, and a vision that is related to planting 10 billion trees towards a green future. And of course, because our environment is rich, we have launched a program that is titled Explore Nature Program, and it is for all stakeholders and as well interested parties, in order to the program, Explore Nature Program, is as significant as we call into the stage His Excellency Engineer Al Fadli to launch Explore Nature Program. Our environment is diverse, rich in its nature, abundant, and distinctive in its plants. It requires us to get to know it, study it, explore it. Be a partner in these discoveries and join Explore the Nature program that is as significant as citizen science. Register now. And now we call onto the stage His Excellency Water, Environment and Agriculture Minister, and also the Engineer Al Fadli, and in order to launch the program and sign memorandum of understandings. Zakat Tax and Customs Authority. Memorandum of Understanding between Zakat Tax and Customs Authority and the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification. Engineer Osama, His Excellency Engineer Osama Faqih, to the stage to sign the Memorandum of Understanding between Zakat Tax and Customs Authority and the National Center for Vegetation Cover. The National uh, uh, um, Red Sea Global and the National Center for Vegetation Cover now sign a Memorandum of Understanding as well. Riyadh Bank as well to sign the Memorandum of Understanding. National Center for Development of Sustainable Agriculture. National Research and Development Center for Sustainable Agriculture to sign the Memorandum of Understanding as well.
الجمعية التعاونية الزراعية لمنتجي التين الشوكي.
For Albir Association. Albir Philanthropies. And now, ladies and gentlemen, signing of economical investment contracts. Ghumra Company investment contracts signing. Signing of an investment contract between Ghumra Company and the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification.
شركة مجموعة سلامة البيطرية.
Salama for veterinary services. Salama Veterinary Group.
شركة مزارع البادية.
Al-Badia Agriculture Company. Another investment contract with Al-Badia Company. Al-Badia Farms.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
أصحاب
Your
المعالي،
Excellencies,
في استقبال معالي وزير
in
الدولة للشؤون
welcoming,
الخارجية
of
وعضو
course,
مجلس الوزراء
His
والمبعوث الخاص
Excellency
للمناخ
Mr.
الأستاذ
عادل
عادل
الجبير,
لحضوره ملتقى
Minister of
الوطني
State
للتفكير
for
نحو
Foreign
مستقبل
Affairs.
أخضر.
Please welcome
نرحب به
His Excellency عادل الجبير, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Climate in the field of climate change as well. Special Envoy for Climate Change, His Excellency Mr. Adel Al Jubair. His Excellency Mr. Adel Al Jubair, Special Envoy for Climate, and also the Minister of State for Foreign
أهلا
Affairs.
بكم. هناك من أدرك
Welcome.
ضرورة
Of
التدخل
course, there is a
وبدأ طريق
sense
التغيير.
of responsibility towards a green future. And this initiative is a generous one launched by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And of course, the Council has launched a decision to celebrate the initiative, the Saudi Green Initiative. Now we will showcase a video about the Saudi Green Initiative. SGI, Saudi Green Initiative.
تغير مناخي، اختلالات طبيعية، حرارة في الطقس وندرة في المياه، وتخوفات من أضرار بيئية غير مسبوقة. كان هذا هو الحال في العديد من الدول.
Unprecedented environmental changes in the last decades, accompanied with negative behaviors. At this time, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has recognized the need for intervention and started the ambition towards green future. And here then came the launch of the Green Saudi Initiative. Saudi Green Initiative Forum has also been launched by His Royal Highness the Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Through planting 10 billion trees over the coming decades, equivalent to rehabilitation 40 million hectares of arid lands. And planting 3.8 million hectares by 2030, mitigating the risks of CO2 emissions and decreasing their risks, and achieving net zero emissions by 2060. And reduce methane emissions as well, increasing the protected areas to 30 by 2030, 30% by 2030 increase of protected areas. Goals are ambitious and works toward them was great, exceptional, and His Highness has launched a package of initiatives in order to combat desertification and to increase the vegetation cover. Preserving and restoring vegetation cover, studying how to plant 10 billion trees, planting 7 million wild trees in protected areas, Saudi Green Initiative for today and their future, for a greener future. And now we start with the first session of the day. The first session is titled about of course the efforts of the kingdom in the field of climate. Of course, the speaker in this session will be His Excellency Mr. Adel Al Jubair, the Special Envoy for Climate and the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. Moderator for this session is Al Amro. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. A very good morning to you all. Riyadh has always been hospitable and ambitious. Riyadh, the capital. I would like to welcome you to this session, the first session for the Afforestation Forum. And we are going to talk about all the efforts exerted by the kingdom to combat climate change. With us, of course, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Cabinet Member and Climate Affairs Envoy, His Excellency Adel Al Jubair. Good morning, Mr. Adel. First, I would like to tackle of course, the afforestation, of course, this is a question related to afforestation since we are in the National Afforestation Forum and the future efforts and ambitions, of course, related to the Saudi Green Initiative. We have the National Tree Planting Program as well. We have partnerships are in the heart of the climate change internationally. With these initiatives, are we going to be substantial on the international agenda? Of course. With no doubt, dealing with climate change and also protection of the environment is one of the main goals of 2030, the Vision 2030. Anything that is happening in the world affects the kingdom and vice versa. Therefore, the development of the international community is one of our goals as well. Planting trees is not only important for the environment, of course, the arid lands is a problem, an issue, and therefore we work towards a calm, more sustainable environment and and also increasing or raising the quality of life as well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia takes into consideration the environment arguments and subjects and takes it really seriously because it affects the quality of life of the Saudi citizens and residents, and therefore we feel a high responsibility towards, of course, being a leading country, a leading kingdom in relation to international standards. We want to be able to through X platform, you have wrote and shared that during a meeting, the chairman is His Excellency Prince Mohammed bin Salman, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and during that meeting, you tackled the economical issues and also sustainable development. Could you please give us a bullet points about that? Of course, climate change is linked to many other sectors like economy. Climate change is linked to, of course, floods, flash floods, and of course, high prices in for also supply chains and also the consumers are affected as well. Desertification and arid lands would increase unsustainability and instability in the world that could lead to wars. Therefore, climate change is linked to many other sectors such as economy. Climate change is always linked to sustainability and supporting sustainability. These are two faces of the same coin, let's say, sustainability and climate change. I think the argument here, sustainability, is that we maintain our efforts, maintain our goals achieved. It's not about just planting a tree, but also to look after that tree and be able to achieve sustainable, to have a long-term result and not one shot. I think we need to be patient. Yes, of course, everything needs patience, and nothing is in a rush. We need patience and time. The SGI, Saudi Green Initiative, has been at our fundamental goals, and they're very ambitious as well. My question to you is, what are the developments in the coming years that we could be able to achieve these ambitious goals? Saudi Green Initiative is important not just for the kingdom but the world as well, and it stresses on the kingdom's leading role in that aspect. The region in all is going to be able to benefit from the kingdom's experience and related to planting trees and other plants. In order to mitigate the risks of carbon emissions, $2.5 billion have been designated to the Middle East Initiative, Middle East Green Initiative, and also many countries have joined our efforts in the Middle East. The Middle East Green Initiative is the largest across the world in this field. Partnerships is one of the goals as well. What are the opportunities that you look forward to support these initiatives and the national tree planting program? Of course, related to international partnerships, climate change is related and linked to many sectors. Anything that affects negatively a country, whether it's flash floods or extreme climates, it affects the other countries around it, and therefore we need to work internationally and collaborate. It is not a choice. Therefore, we need to accelerate our efforts in international collaborations, and internally. I think the climate change is linked to the quality of life. The quality of life is going to increase the productivity economically, and these all are linked together, and therefore we have opportunities, big opportunities for investors in the private sector, Saudi investors in the private sector. The GDP, how is it affected? GDP is affected by agriculture, planting trees, and the GDP is also affected by carbon credit, which is a credit for the carbon absorbed, and therefore it increases the GDP in global markets. You have also participated in international economic forum. How do you see World Economic Forum? How is it important? Of course, for raising awareness and outreach is really important. World Economic Forum and such international platforms. No doubt, of course, I think the world needs more collaborations and more partnerships and collective efforts. Are you with or against? With or against? Excuse me, I didn't hear you. With or against? I think anyone against climate change is efforts is of course nonsense, because collaborating is important, and also we need to work in responsibility towards combating climate change. uh, agreeing towards combating climate change is inevitable. I think there is uh, this uh, this way of knowing the way towards change, but I don't think no country is against combating climate change, but it's the way that differs from one country to the other. Also, there are differences related to opinions, related to priorities. Our priority in the kingdom uh, is from a perspective that could be integrated, a collaborative way and method, collaborating with the related to fields related to environment, planting trees, carbon capture as well, and protected areas, increasing the protected areas, and rehabilitation of terrestrial areas, and it should be integrated and not focused on just one particular aspects. Petrol and gas, usually they focus on and forget about endangered species, cement and chemicals that affect the environment. So the kingdom's perspective, and most countries as well, we should deal in an integrated way, and away from emotion, and towards reality, more realistic. So what is the factor, the main element, key element for success? We are talking about the Saudi Green Initiative, the Middle East program. What is the key factor for success? Awareness, knowledge, increasing knowledge, and achieving goals. How you walk through the cities in the kingdom, you see it to be more beautiful, uh, uh, tree-wise, and this is also related to protected areas in the kingdom. As we increase the protected areas in the kingdom, as much as we can increase the efforts toward combating climate change and increasing and raising the quality of life. Awareness is really important as a key success factor. As long as we have more people who are aware, as long as we can see more responsibility, and also people could seize opportunities related to, of course, investment, new jobs for the community. How do you see the awareness here in the kingdom? Is it increasing? Yes, of course, no doubt. Of course, today initiatives and also the forums and the exhibitions all raise awareness and increase the awareness of the kingdom. Therefore, in the kingdom, the awareness, in my opinion, personal opinion, is more than many other parts of the world. Thank God. Alhamdulillah. All right, Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Cabinet Member and Climate Affairs Envoy, Mr. Adel Al-Jubair, Your Excellency, thank you so much for this talk, and we thank you for all your efforts from my own perspective and for the next generations as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
عرض للإنجازات الرئيسية للبرنامج الوطني لتشجيع
Key achievements presentation of the National Afforestation Program about and the master plan of afforestation to plant 10 billion trees presented by the engineer Mohammed Al-Anizi, General Manager of Greening Program Office. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency CEO of the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today probably is one of the most why the Saudi Green Initiative has started, why it has ambitious goals. Today, there is a decrease in the decrease in land results in the increase in carbon emissions, which equals to 24% of carbon emissions comes from land degradation. Land degradation causes a lot of problems, problems in biodiversity, in soil, and in the air quality. These are all factors that the nation, the kingdom, has dealt with, and soil degradation also causes problems with food security. Also, the increase in products. These are all causes why the kingdom has announced the initiative and the Middle East initiative as well. The kingdom has undergone a very significant soil degradation, and a lot of the reasons behind this degradation is because of the early irrigation, and we started to see sandstorms. Also, one of the most important the forests of mangrove have resulted. These are all reasons why the kingdom has started today this initiatives, and inshallah we will be improvements. There will be improvements. Saudi Green Initiative has many goals. One of the most important goal is developing the vegetation cover and combating desertification, and also decreasing the levels of emissions. Thus, the launch of the initiative of planting 10 billion trees to mitigate the soil degradation. The Saudi Arabian initiative is part of the world's initiatives to decrease the carbon emissions and to preserve biodiversity and to combat desertification by developing the vegetation cover. Also, increasing food security, and statistics show that that's uh, uh, that's luckily the kingdom, despite being a country, a desert country, and low rains, it does unfortunately have a natural reservoir and many environments, either mountains equal to alhamdulillah, we have environments that need rehabilitation. And so after the Saudi Green Initiative launched to study where and how exactly to plant these 10 billion trees. And this is how the master plan, and as a deserted country, we need to preserve water, and also preserving forests. And this is why we've put many strategies and methods as a part of the study, field work, to determine where the best places to plant these trees, as mentioned by Mr. Adil Al-Jubair, because we need a lot of work to reach our goals. And after conducting all of this research, we have divided them into we have made a strategy for each and every focus group. So for environment, for agriculture, and for the urban sector. Yeah. To reduce sandstorms. What was concluded is we should enforce, we should improve the protection of the vegetation cover. Then using new water resources. We have a lot of treated water, and also rainwater harvesting, and also using local plant types. Therefore, we use the suitable plants for our system, preserving the balance of the ecosystem. To plant the trees when and where suitable. The takeaway from this is community engagement and support from all sectors. Yet the master plan has been approved to reach the goals. I work from all sectors to plant 10 billion trees. also to have a national program that's that gathers all efforts to reach the goals, and all regulations for developing vegetation cover, so that all sectors have also to enhance capabilities. These are one of the most factors that will help us reach our goals. There are a few levels, taking decision level, on the government level to plan, and then the the property of sectors, and the agriculture sector as well, and on the level on achieving the initiatives, and generally this is how the master plan, how it should be everyone's responsibility, and to share the work with everyone. To make the plan come to life, we have gathered with many governmental sectors and private sectors and we started to create plantation offices and many workshops, and guided books to standardize the types of plants to use. There is work from all our partners, whether in parks and forests, and this shows how the level of cooperation for all the sectors. Also, this is the most important message, that today, to reach the 10 billion trees, not only the center and the sectors are responsible for it, but it's everyone's responsibility. And they have started to establish plantation offices, either to decrease carbon emissions. Also, the local community, it's a teamwork. It's everyone's responsibility. We set goals and objectives, and we start working towards them. In the center, we will provide support. We will provide everything that is required, so we can reach these goals. And to conclude, thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
The second session, it will be on the efforts of the future planting exerted by all sectors and the participation of stakeholders from all sectors and enablers, factors for success and regulations. Dr. Usama Faqiha,
الدكتور خالد عبد القادر
Dr. Khalid Abdel Qadir, the CEO of the NCVC.
لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر. استأذنكم لحين جاهزية المسرح.
Of the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification. Please welcome to the stage.
أهلا بكم في هذه الجلسة.
Welcome to this session.
الدكتور
Dr.
وزارة
Usama Faqih,
الدكتور
please,
عبد القادر
Dr. Khalid Abdel Qadir,
تنمية الغذاء النباتي ومكافحة
the CEO of the NCVC, and the engineer of Hassan Asiri, Deputy Minister of the Public Health Ministry,
الدكتور سليمان
and
وكيل وزارة البيئة
the Professor Sulaiman Al-Khatib.
مساعد للزراعة. يرأس الجلسة الأستاذ ياسر العقوب. فليتفضل الضيوف الكرام.
Please welcome to the stage.
أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة
Your Excellencies, welcome
جلستنا
to this session, which bears the motto of this forum, which we foresee the future and we're looking forwards to a green future.
ودود غض الإهاب موفور الشباب الخير منا وإليه. الحديث هنا
The discussion in here with a couple of specialists
عون البيئة
who are working on the environment
معطياتها وفي المقابل مخرجاتها.
and its consequences.
أود الإشارة إلى أن ما تشاهدونه الآن أمام
What
أعينكم
you are seeing now,
المسرح
starting from the stage
الخزامة اللي على الطاولات
to the tables, plants
يمنة
around the stage
تراه كل من خيرات
are all
الأرض الطيبة، وهو الأمر الذي يدعونا للحديث باستفاضة مع ضيوف أكارم حيال مستقبلنا وكيف نجعله
and how we can make our future green, not only for us but for the future generation.
أهلا بكم من قبل وأهلا
Welcome.
بكم من بعد. أبدأ معك دكتور أسامة.
Let's start with the Dr. Usama.
يجيك موضوع التصحر وموضوع التكيف مع تغير المناخ وما يتعلق بهذه الأمور.
We're going to discuss the desertification and we're going to discuss the program, the national program for afforestation. How are you dealing with these issues? First of all, it's necessary to go back to some necessary pillars. Is that the afforestation? There are 2,000 species of the plants and other related species. A lot of them are affected by the erosion in the recent decades. And the rationale behind this
فالبذور تنتقل إليها من خلال الطيور من خلال الرياح من خلال المملكة حباها الله بتضاريس مختلفة من سلاسل الجبال التي ترتفع 3000 متر إلى السواحل الرطبة إلى الأودية الداخلية. فهذه أوجدت بيئة ملائمة لكثير من أنواع النباتات التي استقرت وازدهرت في المملكة. فنحن في يعني مبادرة السعودية الخضراء
in this Saudi Green Initiative, we are going to work on this initiative hardly. We desire to the most important pillars of the Green Initiative, Saudi Green Initiative. It's easy to plant trees, but it is the matter of sustainability. The first pillar is to use local plants. So how you can see now, all of these plants around in here are local plants. The local plants are very rich in here. It is categorized by bearing
الركيزة الثانية استخدام مصادر مياه متجددة.
bearing drought.
ولن يكون على حساب احتياجات أخرى، سيكون باستخدام مصادر متجددة مثل
We are going to rely on renewable
مياه البحر
resources.
المنجروف. يمكن مياه البحر أشجار المنجروف تعيش في السواحل وعاشت في الخليج العربي
It is
وازدهرت في البحر الأحمر أنواع من أشجار المنجروف التي كانت تستفاد منها بشكل كبير. هذه الركيزة الثانية. الركيزة الثالثة
the third pillar
التوازن
is
ما معنى
to revolve the environment balance.
تختلف أنواع تنبت في عسير أو في تبوك. فأنت لا تريد أن تخل بالتوازن البيئي.
You don't want to imbalance the plants. You want to plant the same species, the same local species.
العرعر تنتشر في مرتفعات عسير. والعتم يأتي في مناطق منخفضة. السدر والطلح وغيرها
السدر
تنتشر في مناطق نجد. والأرطة وغيرها تنتشر في المناطق الكلبان الرملية. فالتسجيل يحافظ على هذا التوازن.
planting
لأن الشجرة لها تأثير على
maintain this ecosystem.
النباتات. فهناك ايكو سيستم أو منظومة بيئية
There is a balanced ecosystem.
هي جزء من المنظومة.
It is a part of the ecosystem.
الرابعة
The fourth pillar is the partnership. Cooperative partnership, governmental and private.
المجتمعات المحلية يكون لهم دور في أعمال تنمية الغطاء النباتي.
يمكن هذه اهم ركيزه ولا لا؟
أكيد طبعا. وهذه الحمد لله يعني وجدنا نمو كبير. الروابط الخضراء عندما أسست وزارة البيئة والزراعة كان هناك 4-5 روابط خضراء. الآن عندنا أكثر من 200. الجمعيات البيئية كان هناك
كم
حوالي
المدى الزمني؟
هذا في خلال 6 سنوات تقريبا.
ما شاء الله عليك.
7 سنوات. الآن عندنا كان هناك جمعيتين بيئتين. الآن عندنا قريب 50 جمعية بيئية. وهذا غير مشاركة الأفراد ومساهمتهم الإيجابية. أيضا
And the contributions of individuals, when we talk about also
كان الاحتطاب منتشر.
the wood cutting of trees, trees that are 200 years old, 100 years old. Of course, the culture has changed. Today, for wood cutting, there is a list, and also we contribute and play a vital role in, of course, sustaining and maintaining our trees and prevent wood cutting. Of course, wood cutting sometimes was through people who illegally would cut, but sometimes, other times, they take opportunities and seize illegal opportunity to become businessmen. And today, the lists for wood cutting has increased the tree planting. My brother, I want to tell you more about the carbon emissions in the world is three times more, 300% more. And now I'm going to talk about the vegetation cover. I'm talking about worldwide in the Amazon forests and whatnot. The storage of carbon is the vegetation cover after the oceans and after the airspace. The soil that is absorbed by the carbon affects positively the climate change, and therefore the vegetation cover is important to absorb carbon emissions that also contributes to the biodiversity, and other aspects. Since you mentioned biodiversity, Dr. Abdul Qadir, Dr. Khalid, the CEO of NCVC at the National Center Combating Desertification and Vegetation Cover, how do you feel that the people have the priority and take it as a priority for the tree planting program, afforestation program? Do people acknowledge such arguments and tackle such arguments seriously and take them seriously? I think the community has a passion towards tree planting and also caring about the trees. The Arabian Peninsula's community is close to the nature, close to the trees. The Arabian Peninsula love Bedouins, love the desert, love the nature, love the trees. Of course, there must be, with or without awareness, some illegal practices such as overgrazing and some negative behaviors, wood cutting, for example, as Dr. Osama said, wood cutting and other, of course, practices such as planting trees in their inadequate environment, or all this does not mean that the majority of the community is nature loving, and there is an increase of associations that advocate for nature and advocate for preserving the nature. We have launched as well since 3 years. It's called that contributes the associations in planting trees. Whoever takes initiative in planting trees since 3 years, more than 150,000 volunteers have volunteered to plant trees. Therefore, in the kingdom, we had 150,000 volunteers in ambition to reach 1 million volunteers by 2030. So people have a passion for nature and preserving nature and environment. There is a need, and we require also raising awareness as well, community engagement regarding planting trees and seed planting, collecting and planting. Sustainability is a factor, important factor, and enabler for the tree planting in general. In general, the illegal violations are controlled, are restricted. I think it has decreased. Today we have awareness and outreach programs. Are there fees? Yeah, of course, awareness comes before implementing fees and whatnot. So therefore, the kingdom has environmental awareness programs and many stakeholders have participated last week. Many stakeholders from various sectors. Awareness is important, but 99% of the community, of the people, and of the audience are interested. But I think there should be a 1% that could be a risk to the environment and may or may not uh, practice some illegal violations. We hope that we could combat these illegal violations by implementing governance and rules and also fees for who does not uh, uh, who does not respect the environment. We should combat the illegal violators. Before moving to Professor Al-Khatib, you can participate through the QR code. You can scan the QR code and ask on. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to scan the QR code in front of you on the screen. And before the end of the session, we are going to take some of your questions. All right, Dr. Al-Khatib, Professor Al-Khatib, you play a vital role in the environment, agricultural sector. I'm going to give you an open question. How do you contribute to the Saudi national program, long or short term? Yasser, I want to talk to you sincerely. And in agriculture, in farms, it is easier than the production. We have the same ingredients, but sometimes it should be economical, productive agriculture. So it's not just about sustaining the tree, but also to have benefits, economical benefits from it. What have we achieved related to agriculture and planting trees? I'm not going to tackle other aspects, but I'm going to focus on tree planting. We have 78 million trees that have been planted. Most of them are palm trees, also olive trees. Olive. Grape trees, and also this could contribute to the food security of the kingdom. I'm going to recite a hadith from the Prophet, peace be upon him, that we need to plant trees and also sustain them. we need to sustain whatever we built and sustain whatever efforts we have exerted in the past. Of course, His Excellency Adel Jbeir has focused on sustainability and maintaining long-term the resources, natural resources from water resources, soil, productivity, and also contributing to economical GDP. We should have in mind the planting of trees that are have benefits, economical benefits to us. How are we as a ministry contributing to all this? For example, tree planting. I have mentioned during the introduction what we have right now. The future 2034, the Vision 2034, there should be an increase in fruitful trees, 100% increase. We have trees that are producing fruits, but I think they're in millions, but we need to double the productivity or double the number of trees that produce fruits. So the governance, other than funds, the funding, and also the encouraging of buying terrestrial areas and planting them in competitive prices. Also, having irrigation systems that work and are effective, other technologies also that we adopted in order to decrease consumption of water and amendments, and also our dependence on the study of the species, flora species that are to be planted. So scientific research, most plants are C3 plants, and they are the majority and have effectiveness related to carbon absorption. So the effectiveness of these plants in order to absorb CO2 emissions have an impact, also positive impact to climate change. Of course, later on we are going to tackle as well the fruits and productive agriculture. This is the end goal. End goal is the fruits and not just the leaves. So in general, we need to look at that, the enablers that the kingdom and the agricultural ministry work at in order to increase the productivity of fruitful plants. So this is a big and broad opportunity. You have shed light on where you're going. So Dr. Osama, my question to you is, it's taken for granted the kids and the raising of awareness. We are going to talk about paths, the kingdom's paths and the national program in relation with international efforts related to is there a tax that we should pay related to the correction of the path in international perspective? Of course, there are three factors that are in our concern. We have the atmosphere, the airspace. The airspace has oxygen, of course, and as you know, this oxygen comes from the ocean and the vegetation cover. So the water cycle as well. In the Quran, it's mentioned, the Holy Quran, from water comes everything to life. Everything comes to life, and therefore also water. The groundwater. How can we take advantage of and leverage our resources, water resources, groundwater as well? So there is a correlation between the vegetation cover and the water cycle. If we don't have a vegetation cover, we see that the soil is soil erosions appear and impact negatively this whole cycle. Of course, there is a linkage and correlation between these aspects and also biodiversity from the flora and fauna species, and it's all also related to the vegetation cover, and so there is a balance between all these. There is a correlation, and on the international perspective, there is climate change agreements. Climate change agreements is on the priority of many countries, but there is also another priority. In Rio de Janeiro, the year 1992, we have tackled the challenges of the industries from billion to 7 billion. So Rio de Janeiro, the summit has tackled the environmental aspects and its relation to and relevance to sustainability. So the climate change agreement by the United Nations, and the biodiversity as well, and the desertification, biodiversity, Convention for Biodiversity Agreement. So these three agreements have been launched and founded in order to accelerate the efforts, international efforts. So the climate change is a priority. Climate change, climate change, climate change. So we cannot be able to tackle one aspect or one factor and neglect the others. So the COP16 in December is going to be hosted by the Kingdom, and it talks about terrestrial areas. What are terrestrial areas? It's the opposite of the airspace and the oceans, and 99% of the world food security depends on terrestrial area, and also whether it's water resources from rivers to groundwater, it is all related and linked to the vegetation cover and collection dams. So we need to focus on our water resources. 14% of the emissions are from the transportation sector, and 19% is from the energy sector. So 24% is from if we focused on on only transportation sector, then we are left with 36% of emissions, and therefore it's all related to the biodiversity, food security, and 60% of the risks on biodiversity is related to vegetation cover. What are terrestrial areas? Of course, we are talking about vast lands, and Dr. Al-Khatib has talked about the benefits for the ecosystem services. When we plant, we find jobs or create new jobs, and also contribute to the effectiveness of the soil, and also the cycle of the water, the biodiversity. And why do we care about biodiversity? We talk about biodiversity because the services provided to us by the biodiversity, for example, beehives, and the production of honey has a contribution to our GDP. Medicine as well. 25% of the medicine sector depend on the vegetation cover and depend on plants. Pharmaceuticals, 25% are from the agricultural sector. And if we talk about also the reef and the corals in the sea, there are also other benefits from that. And we have 90% of the agricultural sector has a contribution to desertification as well. We have a correlation between our achieving our goals and the agreements, the international agreements. The Kingdom has not launched only the Saudi Green Initiative, SGI, but also the Middle East program, which is a regional, a cross-border regional initiative. So there is also the G20 international program, and so all the G20 countries have agreed in order to work hand in hand to related to corals in the sea. All right, Dr. Khalid Abdel Qadir, these challenges that Dr. Osama has mentioned, also the challenges that you face, how are you going to face them, these challenges? And all right, to start with, the governance. The legal framework that has been implemented. The legal framework is important to protect the environment in the Kingdom, and the legal framework also contributes to. So there is Ministry of Interior has a center for forest protection, and a control room, and center, and also we have transformed from wood cutting and illegal violations, and we move to, of course, listing wood cutting, and also controlling and monitoring the illegal violations. We have transformed our Saudi Saudi youth in order to be supported by the kingdom to perform some of the activities such as woodcutting under the provision of this legal framework, and we have activated also collection of seeds, and we have seeds related to wild plants, and also planting these seeds, and nurseries. We have found nurseries, and also we've used and adopted technologies such as artificial intelligence to monitor and control the health of the flora species, and also we have adopted satellites as well. So in related to forests or coasts, we have also national parks that have increased. Now we have more than 500 national parks, and we have developed the vegetation cover, and also contributed in the development programs and the quality of life, and investors have had the opportunity in order to develop the national parks, also camping based on environmental standards. We have also some beehives, as Dr. Osama mentioned, that contribute to the GDP, and it has a fundamental role in the environmental ecosystem as well. We pave the way for them in order to work in national parks, and present the opportunity, and for them to contribute to many aspects related to the development of vegetation cover. All these programs, in addition to scientific programs, research programs in collaboration with the educational community, academic community, and also a roadmap for genetic flora species in the kingdom, in order to study the wild flora species and know their growth factors, and also how to benefit from all these capabilities in order to contribute to sustainability in the climate, which is an arid climate in the desert of the kingdom, and also enable the growth factors for the flora plants. So whether from programs, initiatives, or scientific and research conducted, we pave the way for mitigating the risks and facing challenges in order to achieve the goals for afforestation. 10 billion trees across the kingdom. We have now 18 million, 10 مليارات 10 million 10 billion trees. That's the goal. So 2030 we are aiming to plant 600 million trees. So it is 400 million, the 400 millions by 2030, 400 million trees by 2030, and therefore we depend and leverage our resources in order to increase the monitoring and of the vegetation cover internationally, and at a local level we rehabilitate also the vegetation cover. We depend on all that to reach our goals. of course, the residents, the citizens, and today morning, you've asked me if I sent you a tree, would you be able to plant it? We have a production of nurseries. We have production. We have founded the nurseries and also encouraged volunteers to participate and engage with us. I would like to thank all the citizens of the kingdom, the diplomatic community as well, people who volunteered with us. Of course, we need to be sustainable, maintain and guarantee sustainability, and provide care to these trees as well. So back to sustainability and the national afforestation program. Let me begin with some figures and numbers so that the sustainability image is clear to us. Water, for example, it is a fundamental integral part of agricultural process. 1.9 billion meter cubic. Today we are talking about 2.2 billion meter cubic, which is not the same as we used to consume in 2016. So we are talking also about 65% of increase of water resources consumption. We used to use 21 billion meter cubic of water for the agriculture. Now we are talking about 10 point something billion meter cubic of water consumption for agricultural purposes. But now we have adopted innovative methods in order to maintain sustainability, guarantee sustainability. And today in 2024, 4 million tons of these contribute to food security and reaching the independence in productivity for food security. So in 2030, we have an ambition to reach 20 million tons of food production. So these all contribute to sustainability. Today, the agricultural sector depends on the private sector in its productivity, and therefore we have farms. I'm going to give for the olives. Olive planting is planted in vast lands. 1 hectare has 1,700 trees. So usually it's 300 trees, but today we are planting 1,700 trees in 1 hectare of olive trees. So today the ministry is looking at an agreement with academic community, International Center for Tropical Fruits and the International Center for Tropical Fruits in Malaysia in order to adopt technologies in order to plant mango trees in the kingdom and other unconventional tree plantings. that may contribute to the food security. In 2019, almost uh, uh, the most funded programs were related to agricultural programs. So agricultural sector is growing at an accelerated rate, and we put into consideration the farmers in order to contribute to their sustainability. We have 9 different programs in the agricultural sector, and we have agreed with the World Food uh, and other programs such as the REEF programs. These are opportunities that call upon us in order to invest in technologies such as vertical farming, and these also contribute to the sustainability and stability of the sector, and also a supply chain that is local and sufficient to the needs, to cover the needs. Of course, this is a green future that is bright green, that we love this color and this color loves us. So I'm going to take some questions from the audience, as I concluded with His Excellency Adel Jbeir, what is the key success factor, element of success? Professor Suleiman, what is the key factor for success? Again, I'm going to answer with the same answer: sustainability of the sector. Any program is achievable by sustainability. No doubt that what the answers that have been mentioned by my colleagues, but the main motivator and motivation forward, it is the support from our leadership and the enabling of course, I think the support from our wise leadership. This is a big enabler. Of course, we cannot be able to achieve goals without the support of our leadership, sustainability, and taking into consideration the conditions, environmental conditions, and the engagement of the community and stakeholders, and having a broad vision, a broad perspective. So it should be an integrated 360 outlook, whether through planting trees, or also not neglecting our responsibility towards climate change, and be able to have this integrated vision. All right, we have received a number of questions.
The importance of the collaboration of different sectors. Of course, it is really important. There are some initiatives, whether private or general sector, whether voluntary work or non-government, non-profit organizations. There is also a really good collaboration, big collaboration from the private sector, from the investment contracts that develop the vegetation cover. and also from other groups of the vegetation cover development. These agreements are actually focused on the vegetation cover development and the plantation of trees. Professor Sliman, this question is on the which focus on the we have a program which deals with the the agriculture on different sectors and different I can't generalize, but I can name a few I will talk I will talk about the decrease in the produces that we red meat, for example. We import it from what we do in the green initiative has nothing to do with with producing red meats, but as mentioned in the figures. So the modern direction is we have equal to 500 tons of chicken importation from the and this is a great opportunity to which equals to 50 or 60 billion Riyal Saudi. We have a strategy to import fruits and to and the agriculture of fruits, retractable greenhouses. It is a great investment opportunity. We import 20,000 tons of strawberry. And this is a great investment opportunity. Which could contribute to planting thousands of strawberry trees. I know that this question may have a long response, but tell us about the upcoming solution that the afforestation program is following. As I mentioned, it's all about benefiting from the existing resources. For example, there are regions that harvest water, and we collect water in mountains. Mountain regions can collect a lot of water for preservation of the environment. We give the soil a chance to recover, and we have seen many success from this. And these are all trying to balance between thank you. Our session has ended, and it was entitled "Towards a Green Future." I thank all the professor and the doctor, Abdul Qadir, CEO of NCVC, and Professor Sulaiman Al Khatib, Assistant Deputy Minister for Agriculture. Thank you so much.
الجلسة القادمة
Next session
ستكون
will
بعنوان
be entitled
الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة مفتاح
Nature-Based Solutions to Climate Change.
بمشيئة الله ونستكمل معكم
Minutes,
هذه الجلسة.
and then we continue this session.
تبدأ الجلسة الآن بعنوان الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة مفتاح التحول. كيف يمكن للحلول القائمة على الطبيعة أن تقلل من شدة العواصف الرملية؟ كيفية إدارة المناطق المحمية لتحسين مساهمتها في استراتيجيات الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة؟ تقنيات تجديد الأراضي للتخفيف من تغير المناخ وتعزيز خدمات النظم البيئية. أهمية الأنواع النباتية المحلية للحلول القائمة على الطبيعة. يتفضل الدكتور أحمد الفرحان،
دكتور أحمد الفرحان،
إدارة المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي،
member of the NCVC and engineer محمد جمعان القحطاني, CEO of National Early Warning Sandstorm Center, engineer Ayman Albar, Program Executive Director for Regional Cloud Seeding Region, and Dr. Talal Al-Harigi. Please welcome to the stage to begin the session.
يرأس الجلسة الأستاذ ياسر العمرو.
Yasir Al-Amro moderates the session.
ستكون حول الحلول القائمة على الطبيعة.
It will be on the nature-based solutions to climate change. And it starts in a few minutes.
أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير مرة أخرى.
Hello, everyone. We continue the session. Uh, this session is about a really important issue. It's about maybe this is, but this issue is really linked and in correlation with afforestation. It is oftentimes neglected, but it is really important. In regards to nature-based solutions to climate change. This term we spoke about in the last session. Let's first explain this term by asking this question to Dr. Ahmed Farhan, NCVC board member. What do you mean by this term, sustainability? The term nature-based solutions. What do you mean by it? Of course, the vegetation cover and afforestations are parts of the environment. The atmosphere, the soil, the animals. It's an ecosystem. It's the most important elements of these solutions. So to closely focus on the relationship between these elements, as mentioned, scientific research show that there should be a link between living creatures and the choice of plants. For example, the mangrove can't be planted in anywhere. Certain plants have certain characteristics, and there are some plant types. Therefore, they should be planted in their suitable places. There are plants that should be planted in a high altitude, high level from the sea. So these elements should be linked. It should be linked. This is really important, and this year in particular, Riyadh citizens this month and last month, they have noticed sandstorms and what happened this year? This year we have noticed a lot of sandstorms. Please let us know what is happening. Thank you for your question. It's a good question. To be honest, the answer to this question, it requires to tackle a lot of issues. First thing, we need to discover how the sandstorms are formulated, how they start. Sandstorms normally require two things: a drought soil. What happened is, not just this year, even last year, we had we had noticed that there was a decrease in sandstorms. We have registered a 60% decrease over the past 20 years. On the 30th of March, January as well, more than 60% of decrease. Riyadh has only had one sandstorm during a whole year. So we link it to the rains and its timing. So if rain is timed well, this helps to decrease the sandstorms. These are the efforts of the ecosystem to prevent irrigation and to prevent all of these factors have helped decrease sandstorms, and this also affects the quality of life. Yes, sandstorms affect 11 goals of sustainability goal. Sandstorms affect these the quality of air according to the international of a lot of people die due to these sandstorms, and when there's a decrease in sandstorm, there is less dust in air, and this improves the quality of life. And the Ministry of Health also approves of this. We have noticed many less cases. They say that the MENA region, North Africa and the Middle East, yearly lose 140 or 150 million dollars because of sandstorms. So imagine if we succeed in preventing sandstorms. Imagine the success. So I move to Engineer Albar. People are talking about cloud seeding. People are not aware of this issue, and everyone and if there is an issue in this regard, what's the story of this program of cloud seeding? The story begins when countries have agreed on the agreements of countries to limit and mitigate that we talk of today as have been the kingdom has, or Green Saudi have focused on improving, on developing the vegetation cover to combat these issues. One of these initiatives is the local program of cloud seeding, that we are on stage 5 of this program. The program focuses on today the program today we talk about increase in the vegetation cover and the sharing of knowledge, and we talk about the fifth stage of cloud seeding in south regions. We talk about long flights. We're talking about 350 hours of flights. We talk about 110 flights, hour of flights in the research. What have you noticed between this year and last year? So the average rain, we have noticed that rain doesn't exceed in the past 5 years 80 millimeters, and this is on we based our measures, and the program is handled as a seasonal program or a yearly program. It depends on the location and the geography. We have different cases of today we are still studying the regions of the kingdom to expand the program. I moved to Dr. Talal. We have noticed an increase of interest on the issue of we noticed that it's, let me ask you, it's an open question. Are these regions, protected regions, will they improve the solutions for the environment? First of all, so we can reach this, so we can answer this question. When we talk about the climate change, it's the change for climate and nature as well. We need to handle it in different ways. One of the different ways is nature-based solutions. When we define this, it's strategies of invest in nature and to encourage it to go back to its natural state. In addition to mitigating human effects, whether urban or rural. The fact that the kingdom has selected the protected areas by the we can help nature reach back its original state,
و100% المحميات زميلاتها الأخرى نجد أن الغطاء النباتي
we find that the vegetation cover has prospered and
ازداد فيه
and
تثبيت التربة
and the soil is we see an improvement in the soil as well
زيادة في
in addition to an improvement in the soil as well.
احتجاز الكربون
So when we talk about carbon sequestration, there are two ways.
اللي هو احتجاز الكربون
We
عبر
talk
الطرق
about
الصناعية
carbon capture,
والميكانيكية.
which is the capture of carbon through
فعال عندما تكون في مصانع
and this is really useful when it's when there are factories and it can be near factories to be used.
لكن لما نروح للاتجاه
And now we talk, and when we talk about the other way, which is carbon sequestration,
احتجاز الكربون
which is the sequestration of carbon through nature-based solutions.
شرحها بشكل جدا ممتاز
Dr. Ahmed Faqih has explained it really well.
ثلاث مستودعات الغلاف الجوي المحيط
Carbon sequestration is
التربة أو الأراضي الجافة. فلما
so
نتكلم
when
عن الأراضي الجافة
when we talk about drought regions,
نجد أن الشجرة سبحان
we find that the tree
الله
is
تنمو من خلال
growing
أخذ الكربون وتحويله
by taking
إلى
carbon
ثم
and
تحول إلى الجذع والجذور والأوراق.
and
حينما تتساقط أوراقها على
and when
الأرض،
its leaves fall to the ground,
عمليات حيوية أخرى
there are
تعمل
other biological
طيب التربة المتدهورة
so
مثلا اللي
so
وجدنا
when
إحنا
the
مثلاً
the soil is degraded,
تم تدهورها سواء كانت من أنقاض أو شيء آخر. عملنا إحنا على الآن إزالة الأنقاض، إعادة تأهيل التربة
we rehabilitated the soil.
من الاستمطار أو من
Uh,
جانب آخر. نقطة واحدة حابب
One
أنوه
point
عليها
I want
بالنسبة
to focus on
ذكرت
is
إنه السنة
you
هذه
mentioned
لاحظنا الغبار
that
انخفض.
this year we have
في
noticed a
دراسة
decrease in
اجتماعية في المجتمع
dust
المحلي،
in the
النقص
air.
والهجر اللي ساكنين داخل
So,
المحمية
so people who
من
live
موثقة لدينا
within
أهالي
the
ذكروا
protected
من
areas,
خلال السنتين اللي فاتت بدأوا يلاحظوا
they have started to
نقص كبير
notice
في كمية
a
التربة
very large
والغبار.
decrease in
أحدهم
the
ذكر
dust
المثل جداً
in the air.
معبر، قال أنا
One of them actually said,
مرتين إلى ثلاث مرات في السنة
I used to 2 to 3 times
بيتي عشان يشيل الشيء الآخر
to-
كانوا يغسلوا كل أسبوع
I used to wash off the dirt and the dust 2 to 3 times a week, but now I have noticed a decrease.
حدث من عدة عوامل.
This is due to a lot of causes.
تنظيم الرعي
the-
زيادة تحفيز التربة وإعطاء الأرض فرصة أنها
Given the soil the opportunity to grow weeds and plants.
إذا بالمرة القادمة نتكلم عن طريق الدمام الرياض وكيف انخفض
Next time we talk about the road of the Mam, and so correct me if I'm wrong.
إجمالي المناطق المحمية الآن
The
كم
the
يعادل مساحة السعودية 20% تقريبا
the regions
تقريبا إذا ماني غلطان طبعا هذه يجاوب عليها عادة الزملاء في وزارة
so
البيئة.
this can be answered by the people in the Ministry of Environment, but I'm not the source of this information.
بحلول 2030
So by 2030,
والبحرية
the land and the water regions
البيانات مهمة جدا في تعاملكم
data are really important when you deal with
ترميم الأراضي
restoring the lands.
وشلون تتعاملون مع هذه البيانات الناتجة سواء والله من المراكز المختلفة
How do you handle
سواء
this
من
data,
اللجنة المناخية؟
whether from
وش أهمية هذه البيانات وشلون تعجنونها
how
وتخبزونها
how im-
وتستفيدون
how how important are these data?
اي عمل الحقيقه
Uh,
لابد انه يعتمد على معلومات ودراسات
all
سابقة.
types of any kind of work actually is based on data, and we have a large amount of data about the vegetation cover.
احنا نعرف
We know
الأنواع المحلية اللي موجودة في
we know the local types of plants.
أنواعها وأصنافها.
Uh,
نعرف أماكن النمو
we know where they grow.
البيئة
We know the
التربة.
environment, the soil.
معلومات كبيرة عن التربة
We have
والتربة
large amount of information on the soil.
عندنا الحقيقة في المملكة
So we have a large database, and it's available. It may not be complete, but we rely on it. We rely on it in activities, and one important information, you need data in order to conduct a work. But we're still conducting research to bring more useful information about sustainability or technologies. There are modern technologies to monitor irrigation, and there are some modern information that we need. In addition, that we're not the only one working on this. There are a lot of agreements, international agreements, that have preceded us, and we can make use of their experiences. And there are many workshops in the kingdom and visitations. So there are a lot of benefits from these, from the ones who preceded us. And to be honest, in the kingdom, there are a lot of initiatives in the kingdom. So, for example, the Saudi Green Initiative, this is now the talks of many of countries. In my opinion, this is the best solution to mitigate climate change. A lot of international organizations give solutions, but in my opinion, afforestation is the best solution and probably the only solution to solve climate change. Of course, climate change isn't just climate change is natural disasters. A lot of researchers, a lot of experts, in my opinion, the world now is facing natural disasters, really powerful ones and various ones, and we have seen them. Whether a drought or rain, these natural disasters are really powerful, and this is probably this is one of the best solutions to mitigate them. We can't stop them, but we can mitigate them.
في هذه الجلسة أو الجلسة الماضية الكل يجمع على تحول جذري ملموس في السنوات.
Everyone agrees that there is a huge difference,
والفترة الطويلة التي
that they notice a huge difference.
شلون تحلل الحالة هذه؟
How do you assess this situation?
العالم من 20 سنة وهو يتكلم عن تغير المناخ.
We've been talking about climate change for 20 years. One expected thing are natural disasters, heavier rain. We have various natural disasters, sandstorms, and the increase in rains and drought. These are natural disasters, and this is a fact that I think it will continue and will even get more powerful, and we would hear more higher numbers
لا نستطيع إيقافها
We can't stop them,
لكن يجب علينا أن نعمل الحلول للحد
but we
من
have
الأخطار.
to come up with solutions to mitigate them.
تغير المناخ climate change ارتفاع درجة حرارة المحيط
Increase of the temperature of oceans.
هو التغير الذي يحصل في العالم.
This is the change that we can notice in the world.
الحد لا يستطيع إيقافه ولكن لابد من حد من
We have to mitigate the risks,
هو أهم الحلول لمواجهة.
and afforestation is the best solution to confront it and to combat it.
من الحلول لمجابهة حالة التغير.
هذا اللي ما أعتقد. ونعم.
This is what I think, yeah.
مهندس جمعان عطف على
Engineer Jaman,
التغير المناخي
climate change
ربما سيقود لا محالة
probably would lead to a lot of disturbances, a lot of natural disasters. Taking this into consideration, is this taken into consideration in the center?
بالنسبة
When it comes to climate change,
لموضوع العواصف الغبارية
when it comes to dust storms,
كل المؤشرات
there is a decrease,
التغير المناخي
and
في المملكة
everything in the kingdom points out to an increase in rains for the coming centuries.
يعني انخفاض بسيط لكن وجود برنامج إقليمي
But
ممكن نعوض النقص.
but
المهم هو إنه الأمطار
what is important is that these rains, yes, we should exploit these rains, and we should use them
لزيادة الغطاء
to increase to develop the vegetation cover.
مؤشرات الجفاف بالنسبة للتغير المناخي.
Even data on.
طبعا في مناطق ثانية في العالم تتأثر أكثر.
Of course, there are regions across the world that are impacted more heavily,
الأمطار لكن
but
منطقتنا
our
مؤشرات الآن
region
إنه التغير المناخي ربما يكون إيجابي
says that
بالنسبة
climate change
للمملكة العربية
may be useful for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
هذه بناء على إيش؟
على
And this is based on what?
projections
Of course, they have projections for the future of climate change.
يكون فيها كل المعاملات كل بما فيها الطقس وعدد
They
السكان
account for a lot of things, the population,
يعني كل اللي يخطر على بالك
everything that comes to your mind, and it can project, it can
العوامل المناخية كالحرارة
like the increase of temperature, the speed of the wind,
تصل إلى نهاية القرن.
to the end of the decade.
مؤشراتها احنا طبعا المركز الوطني للأرصاد عنده مركز
Of course, the national center has
استشراف جامعة
a working
سووا نموذج جامعة الملك عبد الله نعم خاص. نفس تقريبا نفس النتائج
same results
مقاربة لما تم نشره
of what have been previously published.
بعد مشيئة الله
Of course,
المؤشرات تقول في محيطنا الجغرافي
so
السعودية العواصف
so
الرملية مستقبلا
sandstorms in the future.
طبعا هو اكيد زي ما تفضل الدكتور في
Of course,
أحياناً مثلاً
sometimes
extreme events ممكن
sometimes it can increase,
لكن احنا نتكلم
like
على
extreme
المعدل.
winds, but in general,
تقريباً هو ان شاء الله إنه سينحصر.
if God's will, it will decrease.
المهندس أيمن
Engineer Ayman,
موضوع التنبؤ بالطقس
uh,
موضوع تحسين
when it comes to forecast,
المناخ هذه المعايير هذه المصطلحات
these terms,
وش تأثيرها على نطاقنا البيئي وش تأثيرها على ما يعرف بالحلول
what's their
الفعالة
impact on the effective solutions for the environment?
مباشر أول شيء للاستنباط.
Directly, cloud seeding
اليوم في عملياته في توجيه العمليات بيستفيد
Uh,
من كل النمذجة المناخية
cloud seeding is benefiting from
فيها قابلية لتنفيذ عمليات الاستمطار. احنا اليوم
today
نتكلم عن عدة
we
مبادرات
are talking about many initiatives
يكون فيها من تحسين لدقة التوقعات
to improve the accuracy of the projections and the forecasts.
هذه بتساهم
All of these contribute to the understanding of the meteorology that we live in today, and which highly impacts us. And we make use of this data, and this gives us a larger understanding that of what could happen in the region. So all the regions are related, are closely working together, right? So all of you work under the NCVC. Dr. Talal. I want to remind the audience that if someone wants to ask a question, you can scan the QR code which appears behind me now. You can scan it and ask your question, and hopefully we can answer your question. Sorry for interrupting, Dr. Talal. Of course, it is known that the protected area is from Dammam area until إلى الدمام. You can find on the left that you can notice dust storms and winds. People would have to stop sometimes on the road until the wind passes and the dust passes. And all of this this is happened after we regulated the irrigation and we protected the area. But for other areas, we left it to collect rain. Now it has three seasons have passed, and currently we can see that the seed reservoir has increased. Second year, we have noticed that new plants, and the third year, we have seen that we have seen little trees and weed that have started to grow. So this is called the beginning of big trees. These are all works, consecutive works, and the protection continues, and it lets the environment evolve with time. In addition to the increase of seeds, the production of seeds, this gives the surface of the soil to gives it a chance to improve. And on the other hand, if the soil is left on its if it was protected and left, it can absorb a large amount of carbon. Carbon isn't only restricted to green areas, but it can also the soil can also absorb it. We talk about forestation not just for the sake of afforestation, but afforestation it increases the level of humidity.
تكون الفرص موائمة أكبر. نسبة الرطوبة
The level of humidity, as it increases, the plants can actually absorb the water from the humidity, so it's beneficial for the plants.
ونعطي مثال بسيط جدا على الخدمات البيئية.
We give an example,
مفيدة للنبات وللبيئة اللي هو العسل.
honey. For example, honey, beekeepers,
النبات يزيد من كمية من تلقيحها ويزيد من
they can improve the growth and the work.
العسل، بعد كده يتحول إلى
They take the honey and they use it
يتحول إلى أشياء كثيرة.
to transform it into other things.
متصحرة.
So a deserted land, we start the afforestation,
قاعدة لخدمات بيئية
and
للنحل بعد
and it gives a platform for environmental,
تعزيز الاستدامة من خلال الخدمات
and we can
البيئية.
enforce sustainability by transforming the environment to
هذا بالنسبة لي دائما أرى
an economic.
على الكرة الأرضية ترتبط في مصلحة الإنسان.
So, as I say, the sustainability is always in favor of humans,
لزيادة دخله، زيادة
to to increase to increase the quality of life, to increase the production.
كم نوع من الأشجار عندكم؟
How many types of trees do you have?
الأشجار والشجيرات
We have
ما يربو أكثر من 180.
we have over 180 type.
ركز على الآن زراعته كأشجار.
We're not actually now focusing on planting them. We are focusing on 8 types for now to plant, and because these used to exist but they disappeared.
لكن العشبيات مغطيات التربة
But the weeds and
تنمو لما توافق
little trees.
يعني نتخيل دائما في كتاب يتكلم يسموه
There's a book called The Mother Tree.
إذا كان في أشجار كبيرة
If there are big trees,
تنمو الأشجار
the smaller trees would start growing underneath it.
هي له فرصة لما يكون في عندنا شجرة كبيرة
So
100%.
once we have a big tree, we start to see little trees beneath it.
تنمية الغطاء النباتي اللي هو الرعاية وتنمية وتحفيز الفياض والروضات. يعني روضة خريم ترى هي روضة.
So so there are many nurseries in the protected area, and we try to improve it, and
خضراء إن شاء الله تعالى تتمدد وتتوسع بشكل.
if God's will, it will grow.
هو ما نزل بالسوق يعني هو غير معروض للبيع لكن
It is not for sale, but we produced. Beekeepers have produced honey, and they sell honey.
هذا العسل اللي ينتجوه وما شاء الله عليهم
And,
يعني ملتزمين مثلا بأخذ مواصفاتها من هيئة الغذاء.
And they're approved by the FDA.
على أحد مبادرات وزارة الزراعة اللي يسموها جلوبال جاب اللي هي سلامة الغذاء من
And
زي ما يقال
they-
من المزرعة إلى الماء.
They focus on the quality of the food.
يعني من أفضل العسل
It is Talha has the best quality honey, and it exists in Riyadh.
كمصدر غذاء بري.
موفقين ومعانين حديثكم ذو شجن وشجون دائما. أنا أقول لكم سرقنا الوقت. أنا مضطر
I have to thank
شاركني هذه الجلسة.
all of you. We have benefited a lot from your expertise. The time has ended, and we don't have a mic.
أعتذر منك حقيقة ودي والله لكن والله عشان الجلسة. شكرا لك.
Thank you. I thank everyone, Dr. Ahmed Farhan, Engineer Jum'an Al-Qahtani, Engineer Ayman Al-Bar. Thank you.
الآن تبدأ الجلسة
Now
التالية.
we start the following session entitled Lessons Learned from the Largest Global Afforestation Projects.
ستكون مواضيع النقاش حول الدروس المستفادة من مجموعة متنوعة
So the lessons
مشاريع على الصعيدين
will be mainly concerned on the local and the international projects and the solutions to rehabilitation.
يرأس الجلسة الأستاذة فاطمة فهد.
Mrs. Fatma Fahad will be the moderator.
هذه الجلسة
The guests of this session,
الأستاذة رومينا خورشيد
please welcome
ممثلة رئيس
to the
الوزراء
stage.
لشؤون التغير المناخي والتنسيق البيئي في باكستان. دكتورة
Dr. Natalia Alexieva,
ممثلة برنامج الأمم المتحدة.
the representative of the United Nations for the ecosystem.
دكتور كريستوفر كلارك
Dr. Christopher
رئيس
Clark,
الاستشاريين بجامعة الملك عبد الله للعلوم والتقنية.
the chairman,
المهندس إدواردو منصور
engineer Eduardo Mansour, the director
بالمركز الوطني
of the forest management for vegetation cover and combating desertification.
دقائق وتبدأ وقائع هذه الجلسة.
The facts of the session will be started in the upcoming few minutes.
مشاريع التشجير العالمية. ألو.
السلام عليكم حضورنا الكريم، أهلا وسهلا بكم في هذه الجلسة معنا. أحدثكم فاطمة فهد.
Welcome back to the third session. It is going to be in English since my guests are English-speaking experts, and of course we have headsets for translation if needed. Today we are going to talk about and tackle insights from all over the world. I'm going to start with my guest from Pakistan, Romina. Mrs. Romina, we are happy. نسعد جدا بوجودك معنا. لديك سنتين طبعا من الخبرة فيما يتعلق برئيس وزراء شؤون التغير المناخي.
Moving on to Dr. Natalia Alexieva. Dr. Natalia, we are happy to have you. We will be doing this in English, so if you want to lose the translation devices, you're welcome to do so. You have been a coordinator of the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration since May 2022 with UNEP HQ.
ولديك خبرة 20 سنة، خبرة كبيرة وجمة فيما يتعلق بمكافحة التغير المناخي، وأيضا لديك سيرة ذاتية مبهرة جدا ومثيرة للاهتمام. دكتور كلارك، شكرا جزيلا أيضا لانضمامك لنا في هذه الجلسة الحوارية. لديك خبرة من 30 عام، وأنت رئيس المستشارين بجامعة الملك عبدالله للعلوم والتقنية، وتوفر الدعم العلمي في ما يتعلق بمبادرة السعودية الخضراء. ولدينا أيضا السيد إدواردو مانسون، وهو مدير عام إدارة الغابات، غابات المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر. أهلا بكم جميعا، وأهلا بك أستاذ منصور. طبعا لديك أيضا سيرة ذاتية لها علاقة بمكافحة التغير المناخي، وأيضا الغذاء أو الأمن الغذائي. أنا لدي على أجندة لليوم الكثير من المواضيع الشيقة. سوف أبدأ مع أستاذة رومينا، بما أنك الأقرب لي. طبعا في باكستان أيضا يوجد إحدى المستهدفات المتعلقة بزراعة والتشجير. ما هو المحرك والمفتاح الأساسي للنجاح؟ شكرا لك فاطمة وجميع المنسقين الذين عملوا على هذا الملتقى الوطني للتشجير. طبعا نحن نلتقي في لحظة حاسمة. طبعا أود أن أشكرك على التقديم الرائع، وأيضا أنني عملت لسنوات عديدة في مجال الحفاظ على البيئة والطبيعة، وما زال علينا عودة إلى ما كنت سؤالك العامل أو المفتاح فيما يتعلق ب أنا أؤمن بأن طبعا هناك مبادرات كثيرة، مستهدفات كثيرة، ولكن يمكننا أيضا أن نطمح إلى أبعد من ذلك. وطبعا الطبيعة يجب أن دائما أن نضعها بعين الاعتبارات. لذلك للنجاح ما زال مبكرا أن نقول أن باكستان أيضا سوف تساهم. أنتم في المسار الصحيح، تتوجهون بالمسار الصحيح. ما هو المسار الصحيح بالنسبة لك؟ المسار الصحيح بالنسبة لي كما تقولون أن باكستان تلقت الكثير من الخبرات والنصائح فيما يتعلق بالاستدامة، وأيضا الاستدامة طبعا هي على المسار الصحيح، ولا يوجد وقت متأخر للبدء. لذلك ما هو مهم أن نأخذ بعين الاعتبار أنواع النباتية المحلية، وكيف نساعد بعضنا البعض والتعلم من خبراتنا المختلفة فيما يتعلق بتغير المناخ. اليوم هو أولوية بالنسبة لنا، وهي أولوية طارئة، ويمكننا أن نساعد أيضا الدول الأخرى على مكافحة التغير المناخي لكي نسعى نحو مستقبل أخضر وأيضا مكافحة التغير المناخي. ما زال علينا أن نشق طريقا طويلا، ولكن الطريق الصحيح موجود ويمكننا أن نعول عليه. معك حق، كامل الحق، أن علينا أن نتعلم من الأشخاص الذين بدأوا في هذا المسار. دكتور ناتاليا، الآن ما هي بعض الدروس المستفادة التي سوف نأخذها كمثال ربما هنا في المملكة العربية السعودية لكي نحقق استعادة للطبيعة بشكل جيد؟ حسنا، شكرا لك على السؤال. أعتقد أن لدي بعض الشرائح التي أود أن أعرضها على الجمهور. حسنا، بالنسبة للأمم المتحدة لاستعادة النظام البيئي، أعتقد أنني أعاني من مشكلة تقنية في الشرائح. حسنا، يمكنني أن أستمر دون الحاجة إلى حسنا عادت مجددا تعمل. حسنا، إذا بالنسبة للأمم المتحدة والجمعية العمومية قد ركزت على موضوع الاستعادة للنظام البيئي، وهو طبعا برنامج مهمته هو 10 سنوات، عقد كامل لكي يكون هناك استعادة سريعة وتيرتها سريعة، ونحظى بنهاية المطاف على نتائج مرجوة. حسنا، لدينا طبعا مجلس أو لجنة للمستشارين، لدينا تعاون مع شركات مع أكثر من 250 مؤسسة، وأيضا يمكننا أن نستفيد من الممارسات، أفضل الممارسات، الرقابة والمجتمع الأكاديمي، أن نشارك هذه الخبرات وأن نشرك جميع أصحاب المصلحة. وأيضا لدينا طبعا أن يكون هناك إشراك على عدة صعيد، وأيضا أن يكون هناك دعم سياسي. طبعا مثلا هنا في المملكة يوجد دعم من القيادة، ثم أيضا نتطلع إلى الأمور التقنية فيما يتعلق ببناء القدرات التقنية ولاستعادة النظام البيئي. ولدينا طبعا خطة لأخذ القرار وتفعيل وتنفيذ هذا البرنامج. أيضا من ناحية عملياتية يوجد سفن مخصصة لاستعادة النظام البيئي، وهي أحد الأمور التي تعلمنا منها سابقا. طبعا لدينا 10 سفن في مونتريال تم إطلاقها، وأيضا في كوب 15، وسوف نطلق أيضا سفن جديدة فيما يتعلق باستعادة النظام البيئي. فيما يتعلق من ناحية عملياتية ومبادرات لديها تنجم عنها الكثير من الترويج في دول أخرى، وأيضا سوف أقوم بالتطرق لموضوع بناء القدرات بشكل سريع. طبعا علينا أن نركز على بناء القدرات لأنه سوف يخبرنا ويطلعنا على الوقت المناسب لاستعادة النظام البيئي، وأيضا أن يكون لدينا هذه الممارسات، أفضل الممارسات، وأيضا مبادئ يمكننا من خلالها أن نحقق أهداف ملموسة، وطبعا من خلال التشارك مع شركاء مختلفين حول العالم. أيضا إطار العمل وأيضا الجمع البيانات هم إحدى الأمور الأساسية. لدينا طبعا نظام خاص بالمراقبة، وهو يجلب المعلومات والبيانات من كافة أرجاء العالم، من ضمنها صور أقمار اصطناعية. طبعا يساعدنا هذا النظام المراقبة على تحديد التقدم والتطور فيما يتعلق باستعادة النظام البيئي. نعم أنه يحدث بالفعل، وهذا ما نقوم به. هذه بعض طبعا النتائج التي حصلنا عليها من خلال نظام المراقبة. وأيضا سوف تكون هناك فرصة للختام، فرصة جديدة في المشاركة والمساهمة في استعادة النظام البيئي. وأيضا هذا الملتقى الوطني للتشجير هو فرصة لكي نتواصل مع بعضنا البعض وترويج لاستعادة النظام البيئي وتعزيز الجهود الجماعية والمزيد من المشاركة. وكما وأنها أحجية سوف نتمكن من حلها والحصول على أهداف بسرعة ووتيرة أسرع أو تسريع هذه العجلة. إذن هذه بعض البرامج المهمة. يجب أن يكون هناك إيفاء بالوعود والالتزامات. أنا سعيدة بوجود هذه الكم الهائل من الالتزام في هذا الملتقى. طبعا الملتقى هو مثال على ذلك، وأعتقد أنه يستغرق أيضا وقتا لكي نعزز هذا المفهوم الالتزام. وكدرس آخر يجب أن يكون هناك تفاهم متبادل لكي نعزز موضوع الالتزام. الأشخاص عليهم أن يفهموا ويعوا أنه لا يمكننا أن نعيش في كوكب خالي وفارغ بدون أي خضرة، ولذلك علينا أن نعزز الغطاء النباتي وننميه، وأيضا أن نزيد من جودة الحياة للأشخاص. آخرا وليس أخيرا، التمويل. أنا سعيد جدا بوجود أشخاص من مختلف أنحاء العالم هنا لكي يكون هناك تمويل واستثمار في استعادة النظام البيئي. طبعا علينا أن نقوم بالتمويل فيما يتعلق بالعلم الذي نتطلبه، وأيضا الموارد التي سوف نحتاج لها لاستعادة النظام. شكرا لك دكتور ناتاليا. وأود أن أضيف إلى كل ذلك هو الإيمان بهذه الرحلة. عليك أن تؤمن إيمانا كاملا في هذه الرحلة وأنها سوف تعود لنا بالنفع وتكون مجدية في نهاية المطاف. لدي سؤال بعد العرض التقديمي، لذلك تفضل بعرضك التقديمي دكتور كريستوفر كلارك. مرحبا جميعا، ومع أصحاب المعالي سيداتي وسادتي، سوف أكون ممتن ويشرفني أن أقوم بمشاركة الدروس المستفادة من المملكة العربية السعودية وأيضا في أنحاء مختلفة من العالم. وأود أن
in restoration. I'm just going to
أن الأعمال التي تقوم بها المملكة العربية السعودية في أنحاء المملكة هي مبهرة جدا. سوف أقوم بالتطرق لنقاط لكل من هذه المبادرات. حسنا.
Right. So the first point is that it's not about plantations. I mean, if you think that that land restoration is going in and planting a plantation, then I think that you're going to get the wrong kind of result. So here we've got an example. On our left, we have the Harat as it was before the stones were removed and then a date plantation was put in. Notice the very straight lines. All the trees are the same species. They're all the same size. And it's very easy with restoration to just transfer that over from agriculture to land restoration. But actually, land restoration is a lot more than just plantations. I mean, it's putting the land back to as it originally was. So, you know, when we look at this, we have to kind of consider so the lie of the land. Just a minute. Where are we? No.
سوف أذهب إلى الشريحة التالية.
Excuse me, why is my clicker not? Is it this one? The big one.
أعتقد أني أعاني من مشكلة تقنية.
Something's freezing, yeah.
It's the green one, doctor.
I know, that's what I'm pressing. Yeah. We've got some issue here technically.
الزر الأخضر باللون الأخضر دكتور.
There you go.
Next one. It's just not moving.
It's not moving. May I try?
أعتقد أن يوجد مشكلة تقنية، سوف أساعدك في ذلك.
Has anyone got another of these?
هل لدينا
Yeah, this is the one. Okay, good.
ممتاز. شكرا.
Okay. Right, so when we look at the way we do plantations, or when we actually restoring the land, think of these two patterns. You have on the left, you have mosaics, and you have grids. And we should think of the landscape actually as mosaics. So look at this here, this example of a natural landscape. Notice the difference in the sizes of the trees. in the species diversity, in the ages, in the distribution. So you have some areas are tightly packed and some areas are very open. And you know, this is in contrast to the actual pattern we have when we're doing a grid-like plantation. And you know, we should be trying to mimic nature as much as possible. So that's something that you know, we should even look at having patches of bare land, because the bare land acts as a fire break or as an insect break. So to pack the trees in a grid-like pattern, I think, is not advisable. And you know, then there's also the fact that, you know, you have other factors like landscape. You have you know, you need to consider the water harvesting. So the trees here have not appeared by accident. They have found the places where there's most water. And when we do our plantations or when we're doing our restoration, we should be considering this water harvesting. So in this slide here, you can see on the left, we have some barriers have been put up. And notice how the trees have clustered behind the barriers. So they're not spread evenly across the landscape, but they've actually formed where the water collects. And you can see that on the other examples I have, where the water pouring off the harat on the bottom right has actually fanned out, and you can see that the vegetation has followed that pattern where the water is. And studies of these has also shown that these areas are also more nutrient rich, as the nutrients are carried off the main harat. So another point is that when we plant trees, remember that that trees bear fruit, that trees can produce trees that then produce trees. And so planting them at a spacing where they're actually at the sort of final optimal spacing, I would say, is quite a waste of resources. It's better to put them out further in the hope that actually those trees will plant future trees and then fill in the spaces. And that will actually allow for a greater diversity in structure and in age. Also remember that, you know, the focus should not be on numbers. It's very easy just to get carried away. We have a numbers target. But when you compare forest types, you compare an ancient forest with a modern conifer plantation that's there for wood or timber, then you can see that there's a huge difference. Just visually you can see that difference, but also in age, in structure, in species diversity, and also its ecosystem services value. So the older forest actually sequesters more carbon, and yet and it also is better for hunting and many other types of services that are actually beneficial. So we should consider that as well. And then also, what we should do is actually not plant trees in the environment, but we should actually create the environment for trees. Create an environment that's suitable for trees to grow. And so you can see an example here on the left, where all they did was actually put up a fence. And that was enough, because what was stopping the trees coming in was overgrazing. But on the right, you can see the typical, you know, where trees are put in man-made. Well, that's not going to produce a forest that will that be resilient? That's my question. You know, we have to consider that we want a forest to withstand for decades. And so let's let nature choose where the trees go. And then also, you know, let's not forget also the genetic issue. So I was asked once by someone who said that they wanted to check the provenance of the trees. Now, the provenance is the actual, is the genetic makeup of the trees. Where do they come from? And so if we're bringing trees from a different part of Saudi Arabia to the area where we want to plant, then we might be bringing in new genes, or maybe the trees are not adapted to that area. And also studies have shown that the trees in some of these plantations actually come from very few mother trees, so their resilience is much less. So just go quickly here. So also just slow but steady wins the race. You know, there's no shortcuts. We have to allow succession to take place. And also don't forget the animals, because the animals actually, they actually help the regeneration. So the bruchid beetle that damages the acacia seeds, when they're eaten by animals, they actually have a greater survivability. And then let's let nature take the driving seat. You know, let's not be too much controlling where the trees go and what species are put in. Let's let nature do it and have a say in what goes there. So finally, and not least, is that we have to consider the social dimension, because we have to remember that restoration is not an ecological problem. It's inherently a social problem. And so we have to deal with the overgrazing. And we cannot do this shifting. We cannot just fence one area and just let the herds go and graze somewhere else, because they will actually even more overgraze those areas. So, the last thing is we have to consider things like farmer compensation and other measures of reducing stock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for this thorough presentation. Now, you've mentioned several times restoration initiatives.
Yeah.
I want to know more about your perspective on social elements that would, increase that or support that initiative.
Yeah, so I was just saying earlier about the social. Well, we need to understand that people they have made their living off the land for centuries, and we can't just push them off. So there has to be a way of compensating. There has to be a way of dealing with and making it a social control to the actual overgrazing, so that it's not that it has to be controlled by the government, but actually the communities themselves will self-police the actual herds that are grazing.
So creating awareness.
Yeah, great awareness as well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned another point, if I may add, about letting the land decide what to be planted or planted.
Yeah.
How do you mean exactly?
So when we let the land decide, well, I think that before you plant, just fence, take the animals out, just see what comes up. Because otherwise, why are you planting? And I said this to one manager of a reserve quite recently. He wanted to plant trees in his reserve. I said, why are you doing it? The plants are coming up already, okay? We have scarce resources. We have only so much water. We don't want to use all our saplings in areas where the trees will actually come by themselves. And when we look at the genetics, if the trees come by themselves, we don't have to worry about where they're coming from and their genetic makeup, because they're the local trees. So, and also when we make the land decide, the trees go where they can germinate, and those will be the wettest areas where there's natural water harvesting. So that's another way. We just let the land show us, in fact, which are the areas that are wettest and most fertile.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Christopher.
Thank you.
Mr. Eduardo, finally we reached you. So you have a very wide and interesting experience in international restoration. Now, your perspective on restoration and the lessons that you would implement here in Saudi Arabia with NCVC, what would they be, in your opinion?
Thank you, Fatma. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's also an honor to be in this panel. Being the last speaker is challenging, but I would like to build from the outstanding presentation of Dr. Clark. Congratulations. It's very, very illustrative for us, very good. I would like to build from there, because you ask him about the social engagement and the conclusions that awareness is important. I would dare to say that it's not sufficient. You have to engage people. If you look at the World Resource Institute 5 steps for successful restoration, the first one is start with people. You have to understand what are people doing in that land, and then create mechanisms for their engagement. Engagement goes beyond the awareness. Let me pick from the international experience that, alhamdulillah, I built during these years. That's the advantage of being an old person. You go through the career. I was thinking when I was invited by the organizers of this forum, which experiences would be relevant to talk to you? And I picked two. And the first one is in my home country, in Brazil.
Yes.
Brazil planted 10 billion trees already. We did it in the 70s and the 80s. And what was the success story that I would like to bring to you? It was through tax incentives. Companies could reduce 50% of their tax to be paid to invest in reforestation.
Wow.
And they would not do it themselves. They would just repass it to reforestation companies. So the financial mechanism trigger the plantation, what is in Brazil now, 7 million hectares of planted forest beyond the natural forest that exists in Brazil. So I would say the financial mechanism was good, a success story. Let me go to the not so nice side of it. It was done with exotic species, pine and eucalyptus, and it was done in monoculture. It created the basis for the pulp and paper industry of the country, which is good, but it's not ecosystem restoration. Dr. Clark just illustrated it to us. So I would like to pick the financial mechanism, not the tree planting program.
Yeah, the good
and let
side.
me bring another example to you, which I think is more dear to us. It's the case of Costa Rica. Costa Rica is a small country in Central America, as you know, 6 million hectares, and they had heavy deforestation because of cattle ranching, animals eating the vegetation. And they calculated the opportunity cost of 1 hectare of ranching, and believe it or not, Fatima, it was only $50 per hectare per year. That was what the farmers were putting in their pocket.
Wow.
So they create an endowment fund through a percentage of the fuel tax, the tax used for oil, etc. in the country. 3% went to create a fund. And with this fund, they create an endowment fund to provide credit, very subsidized credit for farmers to revert from cattle ranching into forest restoration. Long story short, Costa Rica grew from 25% of forest covers to 50%. Only 50% of Costa Rica means 3 million hectares. Only 160,000 hectares are monoculture. All the rest is almost 2,700,000 more hectares are multi-species restoration, and the farmers got the subsidy, the credit, let's say, to invest in restoration, but they can use the forest. They can use the forest for ecotourism, for landscaping, for beekeeping. So it was a very nice example, and it's still now. This fund continues existing and engage the landowner. So when I said awareness is not sufficient, you have to engage people by turning restoration into a business. And the business occurs when you discover the financial mechanism to do so. Now, alhamdulillah, I have the pleasure to work in Saudi Arabia. I have been here for more than a year now.
Yeah.
So my challenge is how to bring this experience in our context. And I think Saudi Arabia has plenty of opportunities for creating financial mechanisms that will be attractive for people to invest. I already mentioned one. Beekeepers are natural friends of vegetation. They need the flowers. And they need diversity of flowers for diversity of honey. So this is a great opportunity we have here in Saudi Arabia. Not only this one, there are other interests of coming up now, and one of the most important, I think, is carbon vegetation. We heard the previous speaker, and Dr. Osama was so clear to explain to us the advantage of having carbon forests, carbon vegetation, because it's an asset. And if it's accredited, it can even be tradable.
Yeah.
So what is the business of the National Center Vegetation Cover? What's the business we have with the National Greening Program? This is not a business of producing timber. This is a business of producing ecosystem services, protecting the land, protecting against extreme climate events, protecting against landslides, floods, torrential floods as we had this year, protecting against the biodiversity loss, animal and vegetable, as Dr. Clark so brilliantly present to us, and stocking carbon, generating carbon. And why I say that the financial mechanisms have to be attractive and adapted to ecosystems. Mangrove forests have a big potential in the kingdom, both in the Red Sea and in the Gulf.
Yeah.
We don't have maybe enough, we have some knowledge, but maybe not enough knowledge to go to speed up this restoration. But remember, it's 10 times more carbon stored in a mangrove forest than anywhere else. So if we want to work on carbon fixation and revegetation in the kingdom, we have a low-hanging fruit. And this is mangrove restoration. I would stop here, but I'm fascinated by the panel and the way you conduct
and
it.
I'm
Thank you very much.
fascinated by your words, Mr. Eduardo. I don't want you to stop, but I will continue here and say that it is eventually about people. I mean, we're not totally selfless when we're doing all this, because we do want clean air, we do want plants, we do want healthy animals around our ecosystem, let's say. And this takes me back to you, Ms. Romina. Now, from your expertise and your experience, 10 billion trees, how can we use the successful community collaboration to apply here, perhaps in Saudi Arabia, and how might it be, easily implemented, let's say?
Well, thank you very much, Fatima, once again, and I believe that all presentations we had, it's a great learning, because learning has no end. So
I saw you taking notes and
yeah. Because obviously it's better, because I think when we're sitting somewhere and learning and hearing some good things, so one should take the take-homes as well, because no one is as much as expert, so it's better to take the lessons as well. So you're getting back to this thing, first thing when you, before as well, you have asked about the tsunami tree, 10 billion project of the trees, and that, the most important thing, because in Pakistan, because we have all the weathers and seasons and, fruits and agriculture land as well, but still as being on the receiving end of the climate, as being the climate great vulnerabilities which we have faced, but still this program is, alhamdulillah, going very successfully, and what we got done, that we have improved our, existing forests, and we're looking forward to create new forests as well, to working on those areas, how we can improve the lands which are not being, how we can, suppose after the flood, we all know that the Pakistan got the worst floods in the world history, and how the disaster came. So at the same time, I want to take little liberty to go to expand this question. As in the previous conversation, we were heard, one of the speakers had put a light on the regional basis. So I believe when we talk about the climate change aspects and the challenges and the casualties which are happening, we have to go towards more to the regional-wise solutions. And because this is something which is, if it's like at the same time when Pakistan was facing floods, at the same time Africa region was facing the droughts. So, and as we have seen in a few days back, we have seen the Dubai, which was having a worse sort of a rain and the situation. So I believe this is something which we can go towards the solutions as well. So when it comes to Pakistan, that how how we engage the social sector or social people, I believe this is something which we need to work and focus more, because it's not about me and you. It's not about today, it's about the future. Because I believe if we are going to take stand now, because it's now or it's never. So we are engaged, moreover I'm engaging with not only the youth, I'm trying to seek towards the young children as well, to engage the school, to bring this into the climate curriculum as well, to bring more to the social and moral responsibility that what it is, because whatever, it's not that if we are at the receiving end, we should not put our part into it. So we need to be more careful, we need to be more, and as our Honorable Prime Minister a few days back on the World Economic Forum, he came over here and he put the more light on the climate change subject, because I think this is nothing more important rather than this. Yeah. So we are focusing on that and bringing it towards into the amendments in the laws as well, because this is something I believe it's more over onto the war footage, the way we should work on it. And as to see in the, and to engage, as my honorable speakers over here, they have also mentioned about the mechanism. I believe to engage more to the corporate sector, it's very much important. Every sector, like, what we are doing, like I'm going to engage, I'm engaged already to the sectors which are more towards into the, one of the persons, like the contributor towards it, like the cement sector, the textile, the corporate sector, the banking sector. I think because this is one of the subject which can bring the great change, and everybody can give a great input. I would really like to quote an example of a 4-year young little girl. On the Earth Day, we all know that we observe 22nd April as the World Earth Day, planet versus plastic. So 4 years young girl, she sent a message to me that, Romina, I would really like to play a part that I will not going to use the plastic. I'll stop using the plastic. And her mother sent me a message that I'm so tense. I said, you don't need to be tense. You need to be proud of your daughter. Because, you know, as we all are giving an examples that how we can contribute or how we can go to the social society, I believe that we need to engage the people in a way to tell them that we all know the COVID-19 when it happened. Everybody was very much curious and tense and, you know, very much, when we used to put oximeter on our fingers, and when the oxygen level dropped from 80 or from the 92, we all get tense that we need to rush towards oxygen. So same goes with the land, same goes with the nature, which we call the mother. So now I believe the oxygen level of the nature is going down. So this is the right time, because not let the earth get choked. And before that it gets choked, let's get together, because it's now or it's never. And I think we all sitting in this room or in this hall or arena, we all can put a great part in that. So Pakistan is very much willing, as we have learned from this 10 million tree tsunami programs. I think we all are here. We love to share our expertise, exchange technology transformation, because this is not that success of one or two. Because until and unless we all not going to get successful, the ultimatum or the ultimate success we cannot achieve from that.
Absolutely, and I love that example you mentioned about the 4-year-old girl and having that awareness and feel of responsibility towards Earth and not wanting to use plastic. And I applaud her parents. I'm sure that's, you know, that she got that way of thinking from her parents and school. So
no, that I wanted to share that was one program. Actually, I've engaged the activities in a way that the climate with the literacy, climate with the education, climate-friendly sports, climate, building climate-friendly buildings, because we all know we build high-rise buildings without thinking that the glass or the material which we are using, are that material-friendly, climate-friendly material or not. Then same goes, we are recycling of the climate, how we can put the part in that. So that was one of my saying on the Instagram, which she has seen, and I'm surprised that she sent me the message.
That's
yeah, so
that's
and I was
inspiring.
amazed that like we all know that today children are very much gadget friendly. So and then I'm trying to bring the animation sort of technology in which the children can learn more, because I believe they have more sharp skills to learn, and maybe they are more responsible somehow than us, because we, being little elder, we just skip the things that, okay, no, tomorrow we can do.
That's a big responsibility.
Yeah. So in that way, so she heard from that.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. And you mentioned also another important part, which is corporations.
Yeah.
And the responsibility of corporations, and even international corporations, which will bring investments. And that's a big part where investors look at is climate change and how the company is respecting that. And that takes me to you, Dr. Natalia. How can we talk about international conventions and commitments and how important they are to support the restorations on the ground here on particular manners? Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, thank you for asking. And actually, restoration is really like cross-cutting agenda in a way of tackling climate crisis, as Romina was bringing up. But then exactly, it's about biodiversity as well, we just discussed in the morning. Then it's about also land degradation, for example. There would be a big COP here also in Saudi Arabia, right, end of the year. So restoration is actually bringing the solution and practical kind of elements which are helping to really reach lots of global commitments through different conventions. And that's why what I wanted also to bring up, that within the UN decade, we were not really coming with any new commitments, any new figures, etc. Because through Rio Conventions, it's climate change, biodiversity and land degradation, exactly the countries were already committing to lots of restoration, lots of climate action, lots of even finance targets like Paris Agreement, bringing money into the business, right? Not just talking and speaking about hot air, but also coming with price tags and checks, right? So in this case, I would say that through all these global commitments and discussions, we need to get down to the practical level in terms of really implementing these commitments. And this year, we will have actually again the conference of parties for all 3 Rio conventions. again, climate, biodiversity, land degradation. And also we have World Environment Day, which is also here in Saudi Arabia on 5th of June. So meaning that, from my point of view, that's a really great opportunity to not just speak, not just say that we need to do whatever, but we have really to do practical examples of restoration. We have to exactly come down to the ground and have this type of really kind of I would say speaking for themselves activities, right? Because we can always come with papers, we can also come with new reports, with new figures saying that we need more of that, we need more of that, etc., etc. But unless we have some practical elements on the ground, unless people know what they do, unless we have business, for example, coming and investing, and then the government supporting them, whatever, it's all just the words and hot air balloons, right? I mean, these type of things, for me, it's really important to be connecting these high-level international discussions, all the paperwork, all the kind of very important agreements and modeling and big reports, etc. But then exactly bringing this to the practical elements, and also, as also already mentioned, having also people understanding what exactly they do under these commitments. So, right, if you are not using plastic, for example, or if you are, for example, trying to less use your car, it's because of climate change or because of plastic treaties, right? So you as person, you can do also a lot of things by yourself because your own choice matters. And especially if you're in the high level, in the position, you can also make lots of decisions which then would implement these high level commitments and all these high-hanging agreements and conventions into something very practical for yourself, for people around you, for your life, for your own choices, right? So that's my response to your question, but thank you for asking, that's interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for answering thoroughly and clearly. And perhaps that's a responsibility that falls on all of us, right? And we all have to do something. And this takes me to you, Dr. Christopher, as an academic peer. Do you think there is enough being done when it comes to large-scale restoration, or is there more to be done?
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question, and especially for an academic. Well, we have looked at situations around the world when we're looking at large-scale restoration projects. And the thing we find is that there's a lot of research done in China and in Arizona and in Australia. But it's not always applicable to Saudi Arabia, because a lot of these systems are semi-arid, whereas Saudi Arabia is arid. So actually we have a greater challenge here than a lot of these other countries. Mm-hmm. And so you can't directly transfer those techniques. And so really what we need is our own homegrown research and solutions. But not just that, we also need to catalogue our mistakes, because we also learn, we don't want people to be making the same mistakes time and time again. So we need a place where we don't just talk about our successes, but we also need to be open and free to talk about our mistakes. And I think in that way, I think we will see the whole process move a lot faster forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now again to you, Mr. Eduardo. My question would be, what is the role of innovation in restoration, and how can that be applied here in Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much. The role of innovation. Yes, let me build again from what Dr. Clark just mentioned.
Yeah.
Look, Fatima, with my experience, I have seen many countries' political commitment for restoration, for revegetation, not like in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is unique because it's very high commitment, the political commitment is very high, as we could see in this forum, as we can see the day-to-day work. But not only that, the commitment is to do it right, to do it with native species, native to the ecosystems where they occur. So the issue that we had in Brazil using exotic species, because it's easier to use exotic species, is not going to be repeated here. This is one of the mistakes that you mentioned that does not need to be committed here. So this commitment puts a challenge on science and innovation. Why? Because we are talking about, we know that the kingdom has, many colleagues here know it much better than me, more than 2,000 plant species, more than 100 tree species, and we don't know enough about the silviculture of these species. So science and innovation has to bring us the technology for us to multiply with good quality, with resistance, with diversity, the vegetation that we need to restore these ecosystems, also the water harvesting techniques that have to be used in the conditions of the kingdom. And I will illustrate with one example that maybe has been puzzling me. It's technical issue, maybe it's beyond my capacity, but I am puzzled with, I mentioned mangroves. I'm fascinated with the opportunities we have in mangroves in the coast of the Red Sea and the Gulf. And we are only planting one of the 2 tree species that occur in mangrove. We only plant Avicennia marina. And the answer I got from some colleagues is that, well, it's too difficult. We don't know how to plant Rhizophora mucronata. We should know. We have to develop the technology, being it tissue culture, for instance, is a technology well known in the kingdom. It's not something new for Saudi Arabia, but we have to bring it to the species that we need. I don't know if tissue culture will be the solution, maybe, but this is what we expect from innovation, not only high tech, but also the technology that will help us multiply the plants in the quality and in the quantity that we need, and the management of soil and water that will guarantee the sustainability of the process.
That's lovely. Now, I want to jump back to you, Dr. Christopher. After everything Mr. Eduardo just mentioned, can this process of restoration be sped? I mean, I know we talked about patience in the beginning of our session. We talked about believing in the process. But having pressing matters, and as he mentioned, Mr. Eduardo, can we accelerate the process?
Yes, I mean, obviously, if we have the funding, we need to have the funding to do that. We need to, I think, by working together, by having conferences like this, then we will speed up the process. But we also must be aware that, you know, there's one of the factors that we cannot really change is time. You know, trees grow so fast under certain rainfall conditions. You know, there's slow growing processes here. And, you know, we don't actually know what a properly restored ecosystem looks like because it doesn't exist. It's so destroyed that we don't really know. And so it's actually very exciting. I think we're going to see new things, as you know, others have done in other countries, as they've done the restoration. They've actually learned about their own original landscape and the habitat. Thank you.
What about you, Dr. Natalia? What are your thoughts on accelerating restoration projects and, you know, speeding up the process?
My learning also that we have to be speaking sometimes not just to the friends. It's very nice to have friends here and colleagues, but sometimes we're preaching to those who are already converted, right? So again, as I'm coming from UNEP, which is an environmental organization, I'm very keen to speak also to other sectors, as Romina was already saying, right? You have really to go a bit out of your own shell because you love nature. You know that it should be restored. You know sometimes even how to do it right? But then some other people around, they have totally different other kind of competing interests. Food security, incomes, some additional, I don't know, money generating activities, local business development, etc., right? So from my point of view also, it's really important to come somehow to all these different other people around you and explain that restoration can bring actually green jobs. You can do restoration and at the same time have local business and then have some food security because you're also having, for example, some bioeconomy opportunities out of what you have restored, right? So meaning that this should be somehow also, of course, for yourself, it speaks, it's obvious, right? You know that that's true, but for some other people and some other sectors, that's not understood probably. For them, it's maybe easy just to put the next shop or the next, I don't know, fuel station or whatever, because it's also kind of, it's bringing money, right?
Yeah.
But that's why my kind of challenge, and probably I'm also asking your advice and inspiration as well, how you can also bring all this wisdom, all this understanding that nature is important and restoration is the way really to make peace with nature, how you go around and how you can also preach those who are not converted and who are having totally different opinions and who are having totally different type of priorities in their lives. So for me, it's a bit of still the challenge, but I'm looking forward to also kind of having this type of discussions and exchanges, because it's also kind of bringing new facts and new figures, how you can speak out and how you can bring these people around.
True, true, and it's really important to hold these talks and these gatherings from people, experts from around the world, to have those talks. And you brought up very important matters. Romina, she mentioned creating jobs, she mentioned food security. What do you think are other ways to engage communities in these large-scale restoration projects?
Fatima, getting back to what Natalia said, I just wanted to give quote an example of our country there, where when we started this project, in which the Green Pakistan project, which is Billion Tree Tsunami Program, in that we we got an opportunity to create the green jobs. And then other than that, door-to-door campaigns. Like in 2017, when this been started, I have started one sort of theme and a proper movement in which we called One Plant, One Tree, which is called like Ek Ghar, Ek Shajar. Shajar means tree, and Ghar means a home. So one home, one tree, and that was given to the children, to the school going, so they can take it home. The theme or the idea behind was that they can take that tree the plant to the home, and they can nurture it, so they'll grow and they'll get affiliated with that, and that's the most important thing. So, and getting back to what Natalia said and what your question is, like, because I believe, I'm really glad that to know, and I've learned a lot today from Saudi Arabia when they're talking about the climate and, the ministerial engagement, the collaboration of the ministries. That is very much important. Same we are also now started doing, and it's because everything, when we talk about the food security, the agriculture, the climate change ministry, or the function of the climate change ministry cannot be completed because it revolves around all the functions, and it is the thing which is not, it is engaged with everyone, with the government, with the bureaucrats even, because of course we know that bureaucratical hurdles are everywhere. I don't know about here, but yeah, sometimes, most of the time in the other part of the world, we do face challenges, and then to design the things, because to make it more restore and to go towards more to the people, I believe that this thing needs to be more friendly. We need to talk every time, because unfortunately or fortunately, I believe when you want to get or achieve something, you need to hammer it again and again. Hammer it again and again to the people, to the persons, to the corporate sector, to the developing sector. And one thing which is very important, which I've learned, that everyone is doing something in the pockets. So one need to collaborate those things, because until and unless we'll not bring our efforts together, nothing can achieve. Like I just wanted to quote a little example that I'm talking about the water sports. So when I'm talking about the water sports, somebody said, Romina, what do you mean by the climate-friendly sports and the water sport? I said the recycling water. I'm talking about how to engage the recycling water, and to how to engage in that. We're talking about the paddle races and others. So there are so many things which can engage, and we can tell everyone, we can talk from our small gestures, and and we do talk about the climate economy, because when you're going, and so then the Ministry of IT and the climate again collaborate, because when we're talking about the paperless projects, when we're talking about to engage, to bring the things on more towards e-economy, so that has come towards the climate economy. So I think in these way, if we're going to start working in this direction, we'll definitely go towards the restoration of the climate. But still, I believe whatever we are doing, it's still so little, because some days when it starts raining, somebody said, oh wow, nature is so happy, and I said, no, nature is not happy right now. The nature is angry with us, so the nature is showing their impact. So before nature get totally unhappy from us, let's put our efforts together towards the restoration.
We definitely want a happy nature so we can be happy as well. Romina, I started the conversation with you and I conclude with you as well. Thank you so much for being with us today, Ms. Romina Khorshid, Dr. Natalia Alexieva, Dr. Christopher Clark, and Mr. Eduardo Mansour. Lovely having you all today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our session for today. I think we'll be taking a quick break and coming back for the following session. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you, my ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, my dear.
الحضور الكرام، قليل من الوقت ومن ثم نعاود معكم لاستكمال الجلسات، وستكون الجلسة القادمة حول عوامل تمكين التشجير.
الحضور الكرام، تبدأ الجلسة الرابعة حول عوامل تمكين التشجير. نعم، الجهود المحلية لتطوير المشاتل، مشاريع التشجير الدولية والتحديات التي تواجهها في تطوير المشاتل وبنوك البذور. تطوير معايير نمو المشاتل لتحسين جودة النباتات المتاحة لمختلف المشاريع. يرأس الجلسة الأستاذة فاطمة فهد مديرة الجلسة، فلتتفضل مشكورة، وندعو ضيوفها على المسرح المهندس عبد العزيز المقبل المدير التنفيذي لبرنامج الرياض الخضراء الهيئة الملكية لمدينة الرياض، الأستاذة ميشيل هوفمير أخصائي مشاتل ومخزون بذور برنامج إعادة تحضير نيوم، برنامج إعادة تخدير نيوم، الأستاذ إيان أتين كينسين مدير البستنة شركة القدية للاستثمار، الأستاذ إيلين مع الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة PGI. Welcome to the stage.
All right. Thank you for joining us again, ladies and gentlemen. شكرا لكم حضورنا الكريم لانضمامكم
شكركم.
معنا مجددا لهذه الجلسة. Hello, welcome. التي سنتحدث فيها أيضا عن ما يخص البيئة والتشجير
We're going to tackle the issue of the environment and greening and our future.
بك سيد عبد العزيز المقبل. So now that my speakers are complete, we will go ahead and start. سيد عبد العزيز المقبل Green Riyadh Program Executive Director، أنت المدير التنفيذي لبرنامج الرياض الخضراء. أهلا وسهلا بك معنا في هذه الجلسة. And I have also Michelle Hofmeyer. You are a botanist, plant conservationist, and an environmental ecologist, also registered carbon footprint analyst and an EMI, Environmental Management Inspector for South Africa. We are happy to have you with us today. And also we have Ian Atkinson. Ian holds qualifications in agricultural science, horticultural science, and science communication and law. over 35 years of experience in the Australian nursery and wider horticultural industries. Lovely having you with us, Mr. Ian. And moving on to Mr. Alan Ma, CEO of BGI West Asia and board member of Gina Live, yeah? Gina Live. Lovely. And you have over a decade of global business management expertise, having previously served as a diplomat of China. You have an understanding of international relations and cross-culture dynamics, which is important, and it's really lovely having you contribute your expertise with us here today. Dr. Damien Smith, you have a PhD in ecology, and you are a specialist in the terrestrial ecology of the Middle East, focusing on Saudi Arabia. Your main focus are botanical species on the coastal area and its habitat as well. And we have Dr. Nasser bin Bakhit, Director General of Seed Center, Director of the Plant Genetic Resource Bank, and Secretary General of the National Committee for Plant Genetic Resources and Chairman of the Seed Producers Committee. أهلا وسهلا بك معنا في هذه الجلسة، سعيدين بتواجدك معنا. حضورنا الكريم، سنتحدث باللغتين في هذه الجلسة، الإنجليزية والعربية، فإن كنتم تحتاجون أجهزة الترجمة فهي متاحة لكم. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be speaking both in Arabic and English in this session, so if you do need the translation devices, please go ahead and use them. سيد عبد العزيز، سعيدين بتواجدك معنا. لعل لديك عرض مرئي نبدأ به قبل أن نتحدث ونخوض في أسئلتنا، فلتتفضل.
شكرا لكم وشكرا على القائمين على هذا الملتقى الرائع، و يمكن نتحدث باللغة العربية والسلايد موجود باللغة الإنجليزية، فبالتالي نشرح بشكل عام على موضوع برنامج الرياض الخضراء والأعمال اللي تقوم فيها. برنامج الرياض الخضراء يستهدف زراعة 7.5 مليون شجرة في مدينة الرياض. سيرفع من نسبة التشجير من 1.5 إلى 9%.
Over 9% of greening in the kingdom, and including the 98% which is considered as the renewable energy in the kingdom. We are talking about the opportunity of having 50% underdeveloping and developed opportunities of planting 7, as we have seen now on the presentation. It's more than planting lands, including services, schools, and other aspects, and having enablers which tackles many issues and reuse them of improving the soil and other aspects included in this initiative. In addition of the community engagement in planting the greens and plants, and controls the sectors of the urban, besides of planning regulations of planting in the kingdom. Almost to plant 7 billion plants, we have it in 2 terms. The first term is to have 120 services, of having 6,000 services plus health services. Talking about the urban lands, of having the great governmental services, and the planting services are not only planting services, but we have landscapes and coordinating sites. And other sessions in the street, they are added to the Saudi Green Initiative. Also in the parks, it will be many other services which reinforce the community participation and communication. Concerning the matter of the topic of planting in the urban areas are mostly called the regulations, which mainly concern with the particular issues which handles the irrigation and plants and other things. Finally, the roadmap for having a better quality of trees. Then executing treated water, and now we are working on 70%. Then working on the treated water, which exceeds 300,000 kilo. Then in this opportunity there are many plants that's to be treated in this regard inside the kingdom. We're going to tackle the issue of planting in the urban areas is to reduce humidity, plus the discussion of the international and national universities, plus the humidity in the oceans resulted from the land, as it is an umbrella in the street without any feeling of the high temperature. The factor of planting of plants or greening plants is a key contributor to reduce the high temperature coming from landscape, which protect the individuals on Earth. So this can enable people to take actions in the streets and helps them for an air freshener in the street as well. Plus it is beneficial for people in terms of the health care. Talking about the average between 2000 and 2050, plus increasing the areas, planting areas in the cities, which is considered as 16 double number of living in here. One of the developed aspects here is to use plants and controlled water in addition to the treated water. These are the perceptions we have worked on 2016. Thank God Riyadh hosted the summit 2020. Plus the rivers, which are the open green spaces. It's very interesting as a reflect what you have exhibited in the real life, which are represented on the presentation. You have got the expertise in this field. What are the lessons, the learned lessons we can benefit from in this field. We have the subsequent center which produce high quality plants and ensure that they are in a good quality, moving them to the laboratory to make sure of this high quality, then analyzing the soil and other things to support the idea of having great trees. In addition, we are working on teaching with great measures, plus producing local nurseries, can we say that nurseries helps the kingdom to move into a better grain plants? Moving to Dr. Nasser, let's start our discussion. May Allah protect you. ما قلت له وينه باقي. May Allah protect you. Thank you for holding this great forum upon which we can rely to have better conclusions. Here we are going to discuss the regulations and laws in addition to discussing the Saudi Green Initiative. As you know, thank God, we are talking about the great efforts in planting trees, which includes broadcasting the voices of the green environment, especially starting from seeds, steadfastly talking about how to preserve. There are almost plants in the Middle East, plus the genetic seeds in the KSA. Plus, there are regulations for seeds for the Middle East, in addition to the other regulations. We rely on these regulations to constrain the laws, abide by the claims in the regulations to rely on in the upcoming years. Almost the topic is mainly concerned with the economic trees and fruit trees, which realize the Vision 2030 in the kingdom. There are many other key regulations which we can rely on, growing nurseries, growing high quality nurseries in the kingdom, and its better site which can realize success in terms of nurseries. There are also many increasing aspects which can improve the high quality of the soil, concerning the genetic and economic aspects, which in here can take more than 5 stations, which can be constructed and evaluated and worked on, numbering and planting and others and many others. There are also, thank God, producing mother trees in addition to following and monitoring plus evaluating these trees. Here too we can work on opting for the right mother, on which we can rely on increasing more seeds, high quality seeds, free from any diseases. There are also many accredited conventions and the degrees of nursery, relied nurseries. Concerning on relying increasing aspects, there are mainly 2 aspects to know what is the difference between the species. There are Newboff analysis, which is the distinctive feature of morphology and genetic aspects to know the difference between the species, which has a great high quality evaluation to know and to distinct between the better and the worse species. In addition, there are 2 cards, the white and the blue cards. And the blue cards rely on selling the plants plus the evaluation and work on the nurseries areas around the kingdom as a first, plus the reserves and other genetic banks, and the community management, on which we can rely on increasing the whole plants starting from it. We can opt for 3 plants around the kingdom, 9 areas of the kingdom. Then we can opt for 3 plants of each species. Along which we can realize this vision. This is almost some of the descriptive aspects we have, along which it's prepared more than great species, along which there are many other databases on which we can rely on numbers, including the chemical analysis and the distinctive harvests, upon which we can opt the best trees. We can also rely on the genetic aspects, upon which we can benefit from analyzing the plants, especially ensuring that they are free from any default and any other diseases. Nurseries are very important when it comes of growing plants. And now we are talking about the quality of the seeds and the sustainability when it comes to vegetation field. And now, what are the aspects along which we can rely on to sustain the quality of seeds? Based on the Middle East Cooperation Council, we are ensuring to have high caliber professionals in this field, in addition to having database and monitoring to facilitate all these actions, plus having relied banks, because not any plant can plant, then at the end we can come up with a bad or high quality tree. The economic part is between 9 up to 10. Now, what we can know is to ensure that we have in high quality trees under the light of climate change and different environment aspects, which can differ from one area to an area. Asir area is totally different from the Ha'il area. شكرا لعرضكم القيم هذا.
Please go ahead. I'll reserve my questions for afterwards.
Would it be possible for me to stand up at the podium? I need to point to the presentation.
I think that should be fine if you'll feel comfortable doing that. Sure, and just to remind you, we're keeping it short to give everybody a fair chance.
أذكركم بأننا سنبقي هذا الأمر قصيرا.
Is the mic clear? I'm so short.
هل يعمل؟
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries, His Excellency.
السلام عليكم.
It's my pleasure and privilege to
سيداتي
be
وسادتي.
speaking to you today
إنه
on behalf
لشرف
of
لي أن
NEOM.
أتكلم
I'm
معكم
joined today
اليوم.
by my colleagues Najat Al-Hashim, and she's
أنا
manning
اليوم
our
مع
booth,
زميلتي
and my other
نجاة
colleague
الحتيم.
Miguel Ferreira is sitting in the audience, and they'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
سأكون سعيدة بأن أجيب أي
So
تساؤل
NEOM is
لديكم.
situated in the northwest part
إذا
of
نيومي
of the
تتواجد
kingdom, and we
في
are bound
شمال
here by the Gulf of
المملكة
Aqaba and the ecosystems here of the marine section
والنظام
of
البيئي
the Red
هنا.
Sea. NEOM also has a very big diversity of ecosystems, and the NEOM
NEOM
Nature Reserve was
متنوعة
established
بيئياً.
with a mandate to protect, to enhance, and conserve these very
وتحاول
important
أن
ecosystems.
تحفظ
So NEOM has an approved regreening strategy, which which has a very ambitious target of planting 100 million trees, grasses, and shrubs by 2030. Within NEOM, we have
في نيوم لدينا
within NEOM we have many ecosystems.
لدينا
The regreening strategy will
نظم
not be
بيئية
looking at
كثيرة.
the red desert or the Hizma. We will be
لدينا
focusing completely in the
الصحراء.
lower desert areas and some areas of the mountains. And
سنركز
this
على
area that we are regreening covers 95%
هذه
of the
المنطقة
landscape.
التي
The other
نحاول
5% will
تحضيرها.
be development. Fortunately, we've got very good stakeholders and partners, and we have this
لحسن الحظ
opportunity to
لدينا
create an
شركاء
ecosystem
جيدين.
that's in keeping with the desert biome. So here, we use a
هنا
science-based approach. We use
نستعمل
existing knowledge.
طريقة
We do knowledge harvesting. We also
علمية.
have consultants and partners such as KAUS to help us develop a strategic management plan to feed into our regreening strategy. We actually use the philosophy of the right plants in the right place so that we can enhance ecological restoration. And with that, we actually have an active planting program where we remove the livestock from the landscape that we're restoring, put up fences, and then actively plant. We also use recycled water from our water treatment plants to irrigate all the plants that we are planting. What we found quite surprisingly is when you reduce the impact of livestock and you actively plant the right plant into the right ecosystem, you get a very good natural regeneration response. And we've been able to determine that within our ecological areas, a higher density of natural regeneration actually surpasses what we are already planting. To make sure that we create this resilience mosaic of vegetation through the landscape, we actually have a staged approach where we identify areas for regreening and then move through the landscape actively planting. One of the key lessons that we've learned so far is that you need to develop good partnerships. And we are working with our contractors to have an end-to-end system where you engage with your contractor, empower them to grow the right plants, engage with them to understand what ecological restoration is actually about, and in the end, actually set up monitoring programs to ensure the sustainability of your program. And that's what we're doing at the moment. Here, what I can show you is, this is Manifa, the first area that we've planted. We started in 2023 in January. And part of the stage approach here, as you can see, we've identified what we call plantable areas based on the ecosystem that's already existing, based on the topography, based on the existing vegetation, to make sure that we're supporting the ecosystem and actually kick-starting the ecological restoration processes. As you can see, it's a staged approach from 2024 through to 2030, and we actually added on a few extra years to ensure the maintenance of these plants because they will need some care. Some of our successes to date: starting in 2023 January, we've actually planted more than 2 million native plants. We use a palette of about 21 species. Within the regreening areas, we've established that there are natural regeneration of up to 53 native species, and we've managed to restore 1,400 hectares to date. And this year for 2024, we have a target of 7.5 million plants in our restoration areas. It's very important to the success of the project to have good planning and partnerships. And as I've said, over the last 2 years, we've been doing a lot of science-based research and empowering our contractors. And we've looked at different plots, piloting different species to make sure that our stage program actually has continuity and sustainability. And further to this, the regreening has an additional role of supporting the rewilding program, which means that in areas that have been regreened within 2 years, we will allow the antelopes from the rewilding project to access those areas. We also have an approved palette of 148 native plant species, and we were grateful for the assistance of NCVC to help us develop this very relevant native plant species palette. One of the biggest challenges we found with our regreening program is the lack of diversity of species, native species, in the market at the moment. So to deal with that problem and to support our ecological restoration, we actually have our own native seed collection program. Here you can, Here you can see our field rangers have been collecting citrullus and doom palm seeds, and we need to have climate-adjusted seed from NEOM to plant the right tree in the right place. And because we're expecting stochastic climate change events, we need to make sure that the plants we're planting are from NEOM and that are adjusted to those climates. To date, we've got nearly 2,000 kgs of local native seed in our seed bank, and we're also establishing seed orchards so that we can have a constant source of seed, available seed. We can scale up the program, and more importantly, that we need to create the diverse palette so that we can reach our target of 100 million native plants by 2030. We're very lucky to have contractors who have established a nursery for us, a native plant nursery. It was established actually in May. We've been operational for 12 months now. We're completely solar powered, and we've germinated over 40 native species already. We also support the seed collection program, and we're also focusing on the rare and endangered plants within NEOM. Our plant production is well underway. We've got 1 million native species in stock to support our regreening program. And we've had really positive results with the doom palm, with the wild almond from seed collected in Jebel Alawaz, which is the highest peak in NEOM, and also success with the wild juniper and a number of other rare species. Just an example of what can happen within a very short period. This was in September. This is Manifa. We hadn't intervened at all. Here is a typical desert biome situation. We put in the irrigation, plant the correct species, and then within 8 months, you can see the establishment of the existing vegetation is recovered, the planted plants are recovering well, and within these areas where we've excluded livestock at the same time and applied water to the system, the natural regeneration of the herbaceous layer and the grasses have come back remarkably well. And this is heartening to us because here we can see this is natural regeneration and kick-starting the ecosystem services and processes which we want to achieve across the landscape scale. So we've only been regreening actively for the last 18 months. It's been a steep learning curve, and we're happy to share any of our lessons that we've learned with all of you, our esteemed partners in this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That's a lovely insight on what NEOM has been doing. Great efforts so far. Dr. Damien, you will be next. That's really great efforts. But before we start, may I ask her just a quick question while you get your presentation situated? So now, great efforts from NEOM. I mean, you mentioned, what is it, more than 2 million native plants, 1,400 hectares of restored land. So what lesson can be learned, if you may, or transferred to other projects from NEOM experience? It's the button, perhaps you can... No? Yes. Is the light on?
Yes, the light's on.
Okay, can we have the mic please on? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Fatima. That's a really relevant question, and I've actually consulted with my team on this because we wanted to give a very relevant answer.
Yes.
So just a few points to mention. What we found is exclusion fences, keeping livestock out, actually accounts for a lot of regeneration, which was very surprising. So the seed bank already has seeds. If you just create the right conditions, nature will actually show you the way. We've also found that understanding the landscape is key so that you can replace the species that aren't already there to create your biodiversity processes. And that's linking again to nature finding the way. Make sure that you get your own seeds. For us, having NEOM seeds in NEOM is very important. It's very tricky to get that right, but if you get the right people in the right place,
and perhaps that helps ensure sustainability, no?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
What we found is try and automate your systems, support the Saudi initiatives that are creating mechanization to improve the delivery speed, because our plants work in a much slower time frame than us. They're slower. We want instant gratification. They take longer to establish themselves. What we found is tracking the survival rate of your plants in the ground is important because you need to have quick feedback loops. Don't make the mistakes. Like Dr. Chris was saying previously, learn from the mistakes. Don't plant the plants that are not surviving. And then also very crucial for us is take your service providers along for the ride. Use the opportunity to explain to them what ecological restoration is and get that capacity building within the regreening sector so that everybody has a clear understanding of what your long-term objectives are. And then finally, make all your interventions sustainable. It's not just cost-effective, it's also good for the environment. We use recycled water. We upcycle a lot of our machinery and our equipment. And also we use recycled water because water is a limiting factor in our landscape.
Yeah,
and
I heard you mention that in your presentation, and I wanted to ask you about that.
Yes. So we have a number of communities in NEOM, and the water that goes through the communities is sent to our special water treatment plant, and then we deliver it to key sectors within the regreening. So it's treated recycled water, and it's delivered on a daily basis.
Lovely.
And it's a sustainable resource because NEOM will be hosting millions of people going forward. And we don't want to be wasting our water just going into in somewhere where it's not going to have a direct benefit to the environment.
Thank you for those lessons learned. And I'm not an expert on the field, but I feel like I could use them in my own personal home little experience. Dr. Damien, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me. And I'm just going to take you through very briefly how we are operating at Red Sea Global in terms of some of our nursery operations. Our mission at Red Sea Global is to act as agents of change by partnering with the world's greatest mind to spearhead new innovations that reimagine the boundaries of our sector and create a better world for people and planet It's from this statement that everything else comes from, as this statement acts as an umbrella. We are a leader in sustainable development, and we aim to preserve, protect, and enhance the environment through regenerative development and tourism. We are situated between Duba and Umluj, and we already have completed an island destination hotel, St. Regis, an inland resort, Six Senses Southern Dunes. We've completed the Red Sea International Airport. Everybody's welcome. Please look us up and spend your holiday time with us. We're also developing Thule Island, which is be opening very shortly. We have other destinations opening over the next few months and throughout the year. We have a rich biodiversity that we need to preserve and enhance and add to, both terrestrial and marine. We're based on 94 islands. We're developing 24 of them in the Red Sea Project. And our habitats are mainly centered around mangroves, coral reefs, seagrass, land vegetation, marine mammals, and birds. We also have countless others which are included in that and under those headings. I want to talk to you about two areas today, if I may, mangroves and our nursery. In the previous session, ecosystem services was mentioned, and the ecosystem services deliver natural capital. Mangroves, as my colleague said, contain and sequester more carbon than any other coastal species. Carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is bad, carbon within plants is good. And so mangroves create huge carbon store. They also act as fish nurseries. All of the fish and protein that we eat, much or most of those fish stocks start their lives within mangrove habitats. So if we're losing any of those, we're also losing fish stocks. And when we're able to add mangroves, we're able to add opportunities for fish stocks. And mangroves also contribute to coastal protection in terms of large waves and chaotic wind and nature events. So last year we started our ambitious programs working very, very closely with the NCVC, and we planted 1 million mangrove saplings and we collected seeds. And those are all being planted out in habitats within our close area. And these habitats are all carefully selected based on tidal influx, the soil, and exposure to the sea. We have, as I said, we have 1 million mangrove seedlings last year, and we also went and planted out 650,000 of those in and around our assets, including the St. Regis Resort and in the Wadis and in other areas. It's important to note that when you plant mangroves close to Wadis, we have empirical evidence that because of the flush of water coming out of the Wadis, they contain more nutrients, and that adds to mangrove success. And right now, we are in 2024, and we are aiming to go for 1.7 million seedlings this year. And that's ongoing. We have a very large group of hardworking team members at the Red Sea site working in these basins. And we collect the seeds from within our area to maintain genetic hereditary and diversity within our area. And this is all going on as we speak at the moment, and we are well on track to meet this target for this year. These are just some of the initiatives. We just went past International Mangrove Day, and we are actively engaging with all of our staff to come out onto the sites and to plant mangroves. And we obviously make it a fun day. This is an enjoyable activity. And we have so far had worked with the Portuguese Biopolis organization and other commercial, our contractors and our consultants, including our asset operators such as St. Regis Hotel and Six Senses Southern Dunes, and everyone's involved in working closely to plant our mangroves and our mangrove seedlings. Onto the landscape nursery. This is one of our shining examples and our shining assets within the Red Sea project. And the landscape nursery is built within a few kilometers of the ocean. And it's the region's largest nursery and will provide more than 30 million plants for our destinations. And so just remember that the driving force between having a nursery was to add to and enhance our guest experience and our assets, which are already built and are currently being built. And we work very closely with our designers and our consultants, including landscape designers, to work towards planting and making our destinations serve a function in terms of adding to biodiversity, but also to adding to the excellence for guests and visitors to Saudi Arabia. We have a figure here of 5 million, but yesterday I spoke to the director of our nursery. We now have 6 million plants which are being nurtured. And we also have an advanced stage seed propagation program for native species. And the previous speaker spoke about the importance of native species, and these are also difficult to propagate because the native plants of our region thrive in arid environments. They don't need much water, and so there are difficulties associated with that. We are aiming for upwards of 80 species in the near future. We have 44 species which we have successfully propagated up until now. So that's just us in a nutshell. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions or chat with anybody afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Damien. Lovely said. And those numbers you've mentioned really do reflect the Red Sea Global and the great work they have done as of yet. And my question for you would be how they operationalize their greening project, and what are the key elements of their success in that specific sector?
Thanks for the question. All of our, thanks to great leadership, I would say that most of the elements of our success are relating to this is our culture. And our culture is that we, from the very top, all the way through our projects, throughout life cycles, is that we are looking for where the planet can benefit and where the ecosystems can benefit and where habitats can benefit. And that's the driving force. And we're very closely aligned, with the Saudi Greening Initiative and the United Nations Development Goals. And so the main element is our people and our staff and our designers. We, in the nursery, not all, but most of our operators we employed in the early days from the local community, and we have people from Al-Waj and Umluj working very, very closely with us. And we work very closely with those communities too when we're looking at developing these habitats, especially in mangroves and nurseries. And this, I'm just scratched the surface today. We're also working on rewilding projects and other areas where we can improve habitats. Just quickly on the terrestrial side, and going back to what was mentioned earlier, we realize that one of the main issues has been overgrazing, and we're working closely on plans and developments to work through that so that we can go back to what the habitats looked like even as shortly as 50, 60 years ago.
Lovely. Well said. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Mr. Ian Atkinson, I would like to hear from you about green enablers and your kind presentation, the clicker. All right, so meanwhile, may I ask all my panelists, now what role is there for more private sector involvement in seed sorcery and tree growing? Perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. Alan Ma, and what private sector's role when it comes to tree growing? Tree growing, yeah.
I think for the private sector, for sure, it's more, let's say, more dynamic, and it is more technology driven. So in some sort of the partnership that we say maybe the PPP model, what we can looking for, that is, I mean, the capital injection from the private sector and also the technology transfer from the private sector will bring more momentum. Yeah.
Lovely, and I would like to hear from the rest of my panelists on that question, but please, Mr. Ian, go ahead with your presentation and then we'll continue our conversation.
Sure, and thank you very much for the invitation today. So I'm going to be talking primarily from a Qiddiya perspective. And my topic really is about purchasing trees, better quality trees for urban landscaping. So part of the background is that, as everybody knows, that the Kingdom is building new green urban infrastructure at an extraordinary pace. We've not seen development of this scale, I don't believe, ever. Now, one of the key things is this investment's about long-term outcomes. It's not about simply buying trees or buying soils or other outputs. However, partly because this has been done so quickly here in the Kingdom, the nursery industry and the associated industries, like the people that supply soils, for instance, tend to be so focused on the short term. And I think that it's critical that buyers of trees and other plants, such as Qiddiya and the other PIF projects, need to help industry to improve. The reason I'm saying is that we won't get outcomes like I'm showing here if we continue to buy some of the sort of material that's available currently on the market. Things have to change. And my topic is to talk about the Australian experience, for obvious reasons, in terms of how standards and guidelines can transform industry in terms of its outputs. These programs are long-term. For instance, the Nursery Industry Accreditation Scheme, it's a set of best practice management guidelines. It's actually going to have its 30th anniversary this year. So these are long-term programs. What this scheme does in Australia is provides a set of guidelines that ensure that plant production businesses of all kinds are operating according to industry best practice. And industry best practice is determined by both the industry but also with scientific inputs. It's raised the level of professionalism within many businesses in Australia extraordinarily. The differences now compared to when I started working in industry about 30 years ago are quite extraordinary. It started in 1994 and has developed many benefits. And the critical thing is the benefits are not just to the buyers, the benefits are also to the nurseries themselves, with demonstrated ability to have better profits as a result of this, and we as buyers get better plants. The second example is particularly pertinent to my topic today, which is about buying trees for urban development. There's an Australian standard called AS2303, and it's specifically about tree stock for landscape use. It specifies both the above ground and below ground requirement for trees that are to be supplied for landscape use, going into exactly the sort of projects like Qiddiya. It formally became an Australian standard in 2015, but the original work based on scientific research was actually published in 2003. So again, it's been something that's been around for a long time. One of the really useful things is it provides a common reference point for both tree suppliers and buyers. It gives everybody a common language and benchmarks for everybody to follow. So it's a set of guidelines, a set of standards for people to use. It's not compulsory to use, but nearly all the major landscape projects in Australia use it as their benchmark in terms of buying trees from the open market. The third example you might not think is a terribly relevant one, but it's to do with Australian standard that's related to composts, soil conditioners and mulches. If Saudi's investment in long-term green infrastructure is going to be sustainable, you need to get these inputs right. And my own personal observation is that compost, for instance, nearly everybody in this room has got a different idea in their head about what I mean when I say compost, because there is no guidelines, there is no standards. These specify the requirements for both composts, soil conditioners and mulches. Its aim is not just to help industry, its aim is to protect human health, because if you do composting wrong, you actually can create problems for human health, the environment, and encourage the beneficial and sustainable use of valuable nutrients and organic matter that are in the waste streams that come out of our major cities, whether that's green waste or food waste. And it gives very specific guidance about how to practice for composting systems to produce a quality product. Now, one of the reasons why I think the Australian experience is relevant is that, of course, in terms of the climates of the world, Australia contains some highly arid climates, and we in many ways have conditions similar to Saudi.
And Mr. Ian, allow me to ask you here about the Australian experience, as you have mentioned. Now, when it comes to standards for urban trees, is there a way or standards for native plants and seed collection and storage to be followed?
I had the great pleasure of working with the KAUS team that wrote some of the reports for the Saudi Green Initiative on this very topic. And the first thing is to note is that the problem of having high volumes of high quality seed that is preferable for that region is an international problem. It's not just something Saudi's facing. Australia's facing exactly the same issues, the USA is facing exactly the same issues. And so there are some guidelines and standards that could be adapted for use here, including things that people like NEOM, for instance, have already done themselves. And I think it's an absolutely critical thing because in my opinion, there are the two most critical threats to the Saudi Green Initiative are the lack of water and the lack of high quality seed. They are by far the two biggest challenges.
That's very well said and put. And now, for respectful of time, I would like to give Mr. Allen Ma. We will get back. Yeah. Mr. Allen, would you please go ahead and proceed with your presentation so we can get this conversation going before we run out of time?
You mean the presentation?
Yes, please. You have one, don't you?
Sure.
Yeah.
So you finished the presentation? Okay, I'll be here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Which button is the down?
It's the small green one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. So, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm Allen Ma. So I'm the CEO of BGI MENA region. Actually, we have the RHQ license. We're based in Riyadh to cover the whole region. Actually, I think it's a great honor for me to be here. BGI stands for Beijing Genomics Institute. So while from a very mixed, let's say, institute, have the research arm, have the college, and also have our commercial arms. So for the commercial arms, I just want to explain that we take the biotech and the genome as the platform. So this platform will not only enable the human health, but also, let's say, for the plant, for the animal, for the diversification, and also for the, let's say, the breeding. So all these very interesting technologies. So this is the briefing of about BGI. Actually, BGI was born in 1999, and we were born for the genome study and the biotech studies. So during that decade, this is the first human genome project, which is conducted by 1999. And BGI was one of the initiator and the participator of the Human Genome Project, which is to decode the human genome. And from that, we are in a journey to decode everything, not only the human, but also the plant, the animals. I just to show these two pictures. These are the key milestones to explain why we are here. So first, this is during the pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, BGI is the exclusive partner with the kingdom for the mass testing, which is based on the PCR technology. Maybe you will be surprised that why we're in the why we're in the healthcare field, but at the same time in the agriculture field, as I just now explained. So they share the same platform, which is the, let's say, the molecular testing, which is the precise testing platform. So this is the first milestone. Another milestone is the GeneLive. So this is the first precise medication and also the precise, let's say, the testing for the plant and the animal lab in the kingdom. So this is set up last year and a joint venture by BGI and the Al Faisaliya Group. And now this lab already gets the local content credit and have a wild collaboration with MIWA, NCVC, and now also with NUM as well. Yeah. So this is China National Gene Bank. And in terms of the data capacity, this is the #1 in the world. And we can see that is approved and funded by Chinese government, but fully designed by BGI. So this is a very successful PPP model. Come back to your question. So that BGI, we bring the cutting edge technology, we bring our know-how in this field, and to be partnered with the government. So this is a very successful model, and our vision for this China National Gene Bank that is preserved for the future. So not only for the human samples, but also for the plant and for the animal samples. Yeah. Regarding the, let's say, it is a very cutting edge and a fully automated bank. We can see there are 3 stages. The first, that is to store the samples. The second is to do the sequencing, and we see the reading, to read the gene. And the third, that is the analyze. We see the interpretation and analyze. So regarding the CISBank, so this is one of the, let's say, the sub-bank in China National Gene Bank, can store 100K samples. And also it is, let's say, to customize the different samples have different storage conditions. So this is, we say, the precise breeding technologies that BGI will officially launch these technologies by 2014. And then the purpose for we call it the whole genome sequencing breeding, which is to apply to the agriculture genome, let's say, information to breeding to improve and also to accelerate the whole process of the breeding. So the purpose for this breeding, that is, we would like to find the species that is more, have the, let's say, more economic and a more environmental affordable species. Okay. And then I would like to introduce some very interesting findings by BGI. So this is the desert soilization. How can we change the mechanical properties and the life characteristics of the sand to the soil? So this is a very interesting findings we applied in China. And by lucky, last year we invited a delegation from NCVC to have a visit, to pay a visit to this pilot. After the biological materials and blended with the sand and with the certain, let's say, irrigation, this will change the sand to be like the soil characteristics and will be much friendly for the planting. So by 2022, this technology was awarded by one of the Earthshot Prize and also awarded by His Royal Highness Prince William in UK. And now we're applying this technology in the north and the west part of China, because that is also a the west desert region. Another very interesting studies and findings, that is the soil microbiome studies. So for sure, we understand that 100,000 microbiome in the soil. And then how can we isolate the beneficiary microbiome? Let's say we can be the disease tolerance. We can be, let's say, more fertilizer absorption. So this depends on the microbiome. So that's why this is a study. we collect the microbiome samples from China and all over the world, and then isolate the microbiome samples to understand which microbiome can benefit in which functions, and then to develop this microbiome fertilizer we see. And then this is under developing because we believe the Saudi Green Initiatives is really ambitious, and we are thinking how can we integrate the biotech solutions and also with the renewable energy solutions. So all these integrated solutions to have this integrated one-stop nursery and landscaping. So this is we integrate because BGI we are much focused on the precise breeding, and then for others we are integrated with other partners in China and to make the one-stop solutions. And this is something very interesting for the interior, for the indoor design. We have one subsidiary company focused on the Morse studies.
That's a really interesting picture. Thank you for sharing it.
So this is all. Finally, what I want to say that is for the precise technologies, for this such kind of biotechnologies, it is no ending. So I welcome everyone to join this journey.
Thank you. And I have a question here about the germplasm resource for seed banking. What are the best way to ensure effective preservation and management for the germplasm resources for seed banks, for example?
Well, I think there are some key words. The first, I believe, is the standardization. So because I heard the germplasma bank, seed bank, from government entities in Saudi, and from the companies like Neum, right, and also from, let's say, from the semi-government like the Seed Center, right, we have a lot of good discussions. But I believe the most important we need to set we need to have the high-level design and to standardize it. So what kind of data, what kind of seeds we want to store, right? The live samples, or let's say the DNA data, right? This is the first, the standardization. And the second, I believe that is the digitalization. So the digitalization, one term that means we need to have the DNA data of these samples, not only in the sample itself, but also the DNA information. Because if only the sample without the DNA information, we cannot do any analyze and let's say applications. So the DNA information, and plus, I believe, the network. So all this data, all these samples should be shared around this network. And the third, I believe, is the commercialization. So this commercialization will feed back the research. And for sure, this is a very long journey. So from the branding and then to commercialization.
Yeah.
Everyone is talking about how can we find the species which are more water tolerance, which are, let's say, dry tolerance, right? But I'm sure this is a long journey. This needs the private sector involvement, and I believe this needs also the mechanism to encourage to commercialize it. So once we find the way to commercialize it, people are encouraged to have more study on it.
It's a long journey indeed, but it is a worthwhile journey. Thank you.
Exactly.
I already ran out of time, but I really want to hear one more time from each and every one of you. Dr. Nasser, Mr. Ian, and Mr. Alan, what are the key challenges Saudi Arabia is facing with quality seed supply for large restoration projects? Mr. Ian, I'll start with you.
Sorry, it's not working.
Mic, please. Mr. Ian, yeah, please go ahead.
The key challenge, I believe, in Saudi is there is no effective seed market for native seeds. All right, if you want to buy a Ziziphus spina Christi seeds, you can buy probably 100,000 of them tomorrow. But in terms of many of the species that the projects are interested in, the seed supply is simply not available. So it needs to be developed in terms of it's encouraging, for instance, seed orchards and so on. But that's the biggest challenge, is there is no effective market for native seed in this kingdom.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Mr. Ian. دكتور ناصر، التحديات الكبرى التي تواجهونها فيما يخص جودة البذور المستخدمة في المشاريع الكبرى.
بالنسبة للتغير المناخي يعتبر هو التحدي الكبير جدا. إضافة أن نحاول قدر المستطاع بإذن الله أن نشوف وش أفضل الظروف، وش أفضل الموارد الوراثية اللي تحاول قدر المستطاع أنها تقاوم ذلك التحدي من ناحية مواجهة التغير المناخي، مواجهة الحرارة، مواجهة الملوحة العالية، وهذا ما نحاول قدر المستطاع أن يعني نؤقلم بعض الموارد الوراثية ذات الأصول الجيدة، أن نحاول نطورها بإذن الله ونحسنها.
بإذن الله. شكرا لك دكتور. Mr. Allen, challenges with the quality of seeding and seed supply?
Honestly, the full value chain of this issue. So we have the collection, we have the storage, and then we have the breeding. So all this, the value chain, I believe the talent, technology, and also I believe the mechanism, the SOP. So these are the keywords I want to share.
Lovely. Thank you for sharing. Now my last question for the rest of my panelists. Mr. Abdulaziz, Damien, and Michelle, what are the key challenges Saudi Arabia is facing with tree supply for plantation projects? سيد Abdulaziz, تفضل.
سلاسل الأشجار. The quality of the trees from the moment that we pick the seedling, we care for it in an attentive way, and also look at the region and the environment in that region. For example, in Riyadh, we plant certain trees, and in other regions, other trees.
In our experience, we need to appreciate the diversity of trees that we have in Saudi Arabia. The kingdom has got some really important and vulnerable species that might have some long-term value, whether it's a superfood or some kind of, financial value. So I think the value add, linking it to some kind of science-based research, understanding the quality needs, and then also I think linking it to a long-term deliverable. So we start now, as Abdulaziz said already, and think with the long term in mind, and acknowledge that time frame, acknowledge that process, and then build in your capacity so that ownership transfers to the kingdom. And then they can, if there's constituency, if there's ownership, you'll get that buy-in and the long-term sustainability of our native trees specifically.
Beautiful. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Damien, please.
Thank you. Microphone? Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for the question. I think there's two parts of the answer. First of all, as my colleagues have already said, simply the pace and the scale of what we're doing here, all of us together, especially in the Giga projects, is probably not been encountered before. And it's thanks to great leadership that we are going as fast as we are and as successful as we are. But trees only grow at a certain pace. They don't rush themselves. They only grow at a certain pace. And I think that's one of the challenges. And secondly is for us and for everyone to get a better understanding of the culture behind trees in terms of what they mean to the history of Saudi Arabia. I'll give you a small example. Salvadora persica is a beautiful tree with an amazing pungent smell. It produces miswak, but it also has a very, very cultural and many ethnobotanical properties. And as we start understanding those, we can work towards creating our palettes and delivering more in terms of our various projects that we're all working on. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Damien Smith, for being with us and having this thorough answer. Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Muqbil, Dr. Nasser, Michelle from NEOM, Ian Atkinson, and Mr. Allen Ma. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today. It was beautiful having this conversation, and please forgive our short and tight time. Thank you to you also, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you.
trees and plants have great symbolic representation in our Arabic culture. And in this meeting, we will talk about the representation of trees in Arabic poetry and its symbolism. And some examples of poetry about trees in Arabic poetry. Dr. Faisal Al-Shahrani, a researcher in Arabic poetry. Please welcome on the stage. Mr. Hamoud Al-Sahor, researcher in Arabic literature and poetry. Mr. Abdullah Al-Anizi, researcher in Arabic literature and poetry. Now we start this session. Hello everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development and Combating Desertification for this lovely invitation, and thanks for them giving space for literature and poetry, because we have learned through the previous years that in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that culture is a really important part of humans. Even aesthetically and knowledge. Today we speak about the very large representation of trees in Arabic literature. It will be 20 minutes, inshallah, of beauty and poetry in Arabic, of course. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this lovely invitation and this interesting topic that has great significance in our literature, and even in the Holy Quran, and we have many books and verses and hadith on the beauty and aesthetics of trees. And if we go back to the old Arabic poetry, we find that trees and plants are always present. So he made the trees. He depicts the trees as they are also sad, and he says another one. Plants is present in their poetry a lot. And it was present in Arabic poetry a lot. Uh, but in popular poetry, they say
متى تربع دارنا والمفاني يقول متى تربع دارنا والمفاني يقول من عدى على راس عالة رجل طويل ينحلى كل قرناس في راس مرجوم من عسير المناني تلعب بها الارياح مع كل نسناس في مهمه قفطر من الناس خالي يشتاقنا من حسب القلب موجاس قعد في راسه الوحيد الحالي براسه الطويل مراقبه تبي الحراس الا يقول يا خاب ظنك بالرفيق الموالي مالك مشاريهن
Thus, plants and trees are highly represented in Arabic poetry. They are either used for, they're either described for their aesthetic or their usage. Arab poetry are by nature bound to their environments. And the poet is highly bound to plants and trees. And this repetition that can be seen as boring or inappropriate, but it is actually really beautiful. And the poet is getting rid of all of these restrictions and coming up with a very beautiful poem. Mutanabbi has also has a he's also a prominent poet and also has a beautiful poem on plants. On palm trees to be particular. Beautiful girls' fingers are most of the time in poetry described as this plant, which is a really fragile plant and very soft plant. Even the description of the scare. I conclude with a modern poem that describes the tree and how the tree is used. Beautiful, beautiful. But we emphasize that Arabs are really bound to plants, and you can see that they use Arab poets use plants a lot to describe many things. If they want to miss and long, they use plants to describe their feelings. She said, you tree, why aren't you feeling sad, just the way as I am, after the death of her brother? She used trees to describe her feelings. He says, each time I see a bird on a branch, I cry. He says that this bird singing on this branch was a cause for me to be sad and cry. See that Al-Mutanabbi, when he tries to describe when he went from Iraq and to Iran, first time he got there, he seen a very different landscape from the one he was used to in Iraq. He says the sun, when it goes through the trees, the light goes through like coins, but I can't get a hold of them. Even Al-Buhtari, when he wanted to he says this tree Arab poets back then used to describe and even interact and talk with the plants, even before they knew that it was a living organism. They used because it was a part of their environment. It says, be like a tree to your friend. Even if you can't provide them with fruits, at least be their shade. Was a generous invitation from the National Center for Vegetation Cover Developments and Combating Desertification. But there will be a full episode taking 2 hours instead of 20 minutes, talking about Arabic poetry and all sorts of poetry and sentiments. Because as we said, humans are part of their environment. People in other places are used to seeing plants and trees, but in the deserts, they're not so used to seeing plants. So there's a bond. Thank you again.
أهلا بكم. الجلسة التالية الحلول التقنية والفنية لتحقيق النجاح. مواضيع النقاش الرئيسية: نماذج الملائمة لتحديد أفضل المواقع المناسبة للتشجير، العوامل التمكينية اللازمة للنجاح، النهج التكنولوجي القائم على نظم المعلومات الجغرافية، حلول التربة وإدارتها. يتفضل الأستاذة فاطمة فهد لإدارة الجلسة، وندعو ضيوفها المهندس أحمد النعمي مدير عام إدارة التحول الرقمي بالمركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر، الدكتور أحمد صلاح خبير في المعلومات الجيومكانية بشركة إعمار للاستشارات الهندسية، الدكتور رونالد فراغاس.
Dr. Ronald Faragas, NCVC. Please welcome to the stage to start the facts of the current session. We're going to talk about key elements. We're going to look forward, discussing ambitions and actions which will rely to facilitate the success and moving to a healthy environment. Let's start with Engineer Mr. Ahmed Al-Na'mi. Welcome to this session. You are a master's holder. Sorry.
You are a general manager of geologistics program in the Kingdom, and also you supervise the national greening program. You have a wonderful CV, Dr. Ahmed Salah, as well.
Resources engineering. You are an international water resource engineering and geospatial tool expert with 29 years of expertise. So we would like to use those years of expertise here today in this session for sure. Dr. Ronald Vargas, you are a agronomy engineer with expertise on soil, land health. You worked as a researcher, lecturer, consultant, technical officer in various organizations as well. So I believe this session will be really, really fruitful, hopefully. Now, I know you gentlemen have presentations for us today. So let's go ahead and start with you. Engineer أحمد تفضل عندك عرض مرئي لنا اليوم. الكليكر please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
تحتاج الكليكر صح؟
كيف؟
تحتاج الكليكر للبرزنتيشن؟
لا في الأخوان
اوكي تمام
معي هناك ما يقصرون.
يلا تفضل.
With his presentation, and of course regarding and in relevance with the greening projects, whether from public sector, private sector, or even non-governmental organizations or individuals, there must be a platform that consolidates and also support the efforts in order to have this platform help us in counting the trees that have been planted and as well the preventive and prevention and the protection efforts as well. I'm going to share with you the platform that is going to be launched next month on phases. The first phase is going to tackle the private and public sector. Second is going to be open to an open source to the public. The platform that is going to be launched next month is going to be a national platform to share data and information, and also organize efforts, and also guidelines in order to facilitate the greening programs. There are many activities related to seeding, bank seeds, seed banks, and also collecting these sands and preserving them. And as well as, of course, activities related to the production and greening programs and activities. We have the care and the protection, of course, activities that are also provided on the platform. The citizen, resident, or the entity could have a contribution, whether in the seeding or the greening or the activities related to the production. Of course, this platform is also unique because it gives a unique goal for each entity, and each entity would have the opportunity to access the platform with a designated username and password and designated profile. It could log in onto the platform and also share the activities that they contribute in the greening programs. The goals are going to be clearly showed, and also progress is going to be evidently shown. Of course, we have the governmental and ministerial entities. We have later on the construction of this platform in order for us to reach the level that it is open as an open source to citizens and individuals. These are the different activities we have. If you click on any of the activities, they would clarify, these guidelines would clarify which plant species are planted in which areas. These guidelines are going to be all right. Each area has a different species of plants, also irrigation system, also the planting, the way our method of planting itself is going to be mentioned in the guideline. The contributor is going to log in. It could be a contribution, or the shareholder is going to contribute publicly in an area, and each area is going to be demonstrated, and the different activities are going to be shown in each region or of course area, and the shareholder or the contributor is going to be able to indicate the time and date of the contribution. This platform also enables the contributors to contribute in activities of the public sector. We facilitate the registration, so through jotting down the information, they could also manage the activities individually. Now the contributions, each contributor would have, each entity would have a dashboard that is dedicated to it, and also we could the progress is going to be shown as well. Also the tools that they could use, such as artificial intelligence and remote sensing, and we are going to tackle some of the tools. This is in in Najran, Najran city. There is a planting program, and he's going to also manage the progress over time. This is a greening program that happened in Najjar, and there is a comparison between two different times. We could use this tool as well in order to know the number of trees that have been planted. These are integrated with, this tool is integrated with artificial intelligence. So it gives us a timeline for the growth of the plant. Yes, we can see the growth rate of the plant, whether it grows slowly, or in Arar, for example, there is plant species that grow really slowly, or it takes time to grow, and other plants are faster to grow. So we also could detect the health of the plant species and trees, whether if we could visit the area and also interfere in the process of growth of the trees. Also, it is open or it is accessible in order to I want to go into detail. For example, the platform allows you to upload drone pictures, and data, also irrigation systems, any assets or gaps or holes in the area. They could upload pictures from drone on the platform, and we could provide the tools for them in order to enable them. Yes, of course, we enable them to use the tools through the platform in order to manage. I think this platform is going to increase credibility and give us transparency regarding the number of trees that have been planted. So this is in a nutshell the platform that is going to be launched next month. Thank you, Engineer Ahmed, and maybe I would like to add a comment, which is it gives them a motivation. You enable them since they could see for themselves the progress that is happening on real time. Yes, of course, and increase competitiveness as well. Dr. Ahmed, سوف أنتقل لك الآن.
To your presentation, and then we'll continue. There you go.
Thank you. We're waiting for the slideshow here to start.
It will start in just a moment. So, Dr. Ahmed, tell me more about your involvement in these projects until your presentation starts. When it comes to ambition and action, translating ambition to action, what is the key factors to succeeding in that transition to action?
Thank you. Yes. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. طبعا the first thing to share here is just to use one path and continue on that path. And that's specifically what we used to call in the past 2.5 years the glue, using geospatial technologies from the start to finish, from seeding to monitoring the plant. And geospatial technologies would help on this, and actually had helped us in this path that hopefully we can actually share with you here in a little bit. There it comes. So maybe I can answer the question through the presentation.
Please.
It will be focusing on a concept that we have used here. Is called suitability modeling. basically it's two sides of the same coin, like what would be the right tree for the location and what would be the right location for each tree species. The project was actually divided into different action zones, as you can see here, and that is the national parks that we will be talking about. Just to go through this life cycle of the project, and I'll take what Engineer Ahmed Al-Anezi had shared with us earlier this morning, and that is the field trip. Again, part of the suitability analysis that has been done is the use of the extensive field trips that the GKSA team has done over the past 2.5 years. And as we can see here is, again, extensive field trips and data collection on site. And using on the left-hand side here, you can see different layers, and we'll go through that in details. Another key thing that help standing on a solid ground is to know exactly where we are today. And that is what is the current, the rich and diverse vegetation like we've seen colleagues throughout the day. But again, a key number is how many trees do we have now? How many shrubs? How many, what is the ground cover that we have now? Again, employing these geospatial technologies in data acquisition is a key as a start. Again, as shared earlier, there are key principles, 6 key principles that are the project to sustain this planting of 10 billion trees. This is a great ambition. One of them is a suitability modeling, enabling the suitability modeling, which we'll dive into here in the next few slides. As you can see, the geospatial technology, one of them is a geospatial portal. We used to give it 2 names, the backbone of the project and also the glue that puts all the pieces together. You can see basically 4 pieces here. It's a data acquisition, the geodatabase, which houses all of the data analysis on the right-hand side, and then presenting this like my colleague here, Engineer Ahmed Al-Nami, was talking about earlier. We won't go through a lot of details here, but basically the suitability modeling, we start with, again, the 2-sided coin. Where is this national park? Where is urban areas? Where are the mangroves? Where are the areas? So we delineate the areas first, and then we say, okay, what are the criteria that we could use to selecting the suitability? A key thing to the success of alhamdulillah, this project was standardizing the efforts, like making a standardized effort that everybody can actually use it the same across different action zones and across different subject matter experts. And again, there was a suitability modeling memo that was defined and outlined so that, again, it's a standard way of analyzing it. Again, there's about 50 subject matter experts that were part of this great project, great national project. Everybody has their opinions about a specific suitability criteria. So we've developed an app on the right-hand side here to allow the subject matter experts to put what are the criteria? Is it soil? Is it water? Is it slope? Is it elevation? And what is the importance of that layer? What you're looking at here on the left-hand side is obviously extensive list of these criteria. After we used this criteria from the subject matter experts, everybody in their subjective manner, again, there's the weights and criteria. So we use this data to comprehend this, and we've built also what we call the golden quadrant. What you see here is this matrix. On the left-hand side is the suitability, and then on the right-hand side is the water availability here. Obviously, we want the place where it's high suitable, but also high suitability. But we also did not forget to normalize this by socioeconomic factors, which is key to success of this. We'll skip through this very quickly, but basically what you're looking at here is how we delineated this specific action zone, the national parks, and we came up with this final area that has been delineated through even 2030. And then this is the area, again, this is the delineation and the layers that we've discussed. But each one of these layers, you know, as you can see here, this is average rainfall over the kingdom within this action zone. So only the polygons, not the entire kingdom, but this action zone specifically, as you can see. Red areas, of course, low rainfall, and the blue is higher rainfall. Other areas like other layers that we've used that the subject matter experts requested as an important factor in selecting what is the right plant in every specific location is aridity index. Again, a very high aridity index. Slope is another example. There's a very long list of that. We won't go through all of this, but this is part of the analysis. As you can see, there are two types of analyses that have been developed. And as you can see here on the main data view here, the main map, you can see all of these layers combined together with a statistical analysis to say which area has a specific score. And as you can see, red to green, low score to high score. We use this to take that and reclassify it from a geospatial concept and say, okay, out of all this, where, give me the number, what is the low-hanging fruit? Where do I best plant the trees right now? As you can see, the bluer, or the bluest is in this particular action zone is where this is suitable. And again, this is the score that has been divided by this, as you can see, the histogram there of this geostatistical analysis. You can see the red, green, red, yellow, and green, where we actually say where the best locations are. And that's basically the output, and I wanted to share this with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for such a thorough presentation. Now, I have a question for you, please, before I move on to Dr.
Yes,
or Mr. Ronald. Now, you mentioned the sustainability modeling, which is quite an important factor when it comes to what we're talking about. So what are the GIS approaches applied to support implementation activities, if you will?
Yes, and I'll probably think about that. My colleagues here that have heard this from me before, I think about it like a table that has 4 legs. One is any project. In a project life cycle, there's planning, there's design, there's construction, and there's operation and maintenance. The geospatial tools is, again, the glue that would carry this application throughout the life cycle of the project. So to implement, to actually plant trees and operate and maintain using remote sensing technologies, to monitor the health of a plant, geospatial tools is that backbone, the glue that would put all of these 4 pieces together that would help through implementation.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ronald, the floor is yours if you want to start with your presentation, and then we'll move on to our questions.
The green one?
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I know we are against time, so I will try to go fast. So I will just share, a lot has been said today about soils, which is turba, so I will just try to go to the important parts, showing how soil health can contribute to achieve this ambitious program. Is this one, right? Okay, so we usually don't see the soil because the soil is down our feet, right? Technology sometimes.
It's supposed to make our lives easier, right? But it doesn't. It's, I think, the small green button.
Yes, but it goes back.
Try the other button, please, Mr. Ronald. The small green one. There you go. Yes.
Okay. So soil is basically the interface between air and water, and if we want quality air and quality water, then we need to take care also about the soil. Soil provides multiple ecosystem services, okay? Many of them we cannot see because if I tell you nutrient cycling, you don't see, right? And maybe it can scare you, but it provides many services that can help us with the greening program. We heard about carbon a lot, and carbon is the flavor of these last years. And we need to understand that if we look at the global stock, soil by far has the highest number of carbon stock and I'm talking about organic carbon, if compared with vegetation and the atmosphere. Yet, we didn't quantify, for instance, the soil in organic carbon stock that is mainly through calcium carbonate. And it's very important to know that if we degrade our soils, all this carbon plus other greenhouse gases are emitted. Soil is very important for climate change if we want to fight it. If we do the right things in managing soil sustainably, then we can mitigate, we can adapt to climate change, and we can build resilience. In the other side, if we degrade our soil, then we will release not only carbon, but also nitrous oxide, methane, and then all the nutrients that our soil has, etc. So the list can be long. A very important part is to understand that soil is not an inert or a dead material. It's full of life. If we talk about biodiversity, we always see animals and plants, but do you know that around 59% of the global biodiversity is in our soils? And the challenge that we have is that we know around 2% of this biodiversity in the soil, because you have plenty of bacteria, fungi, and nematodes, and many things. And if you want to learn about them, you need to use some techniques to sequence. And in this is the problem and can be the solution, because some of these microbes are good, some others can become pests, diseases, etc. So if we understand this, we can have the solutions to many of the problems that we face. And you know, and we know that water is one of the main challenging factor in the country, and soil can help us with storing, particularly rainwater. But for storing this rainwater, we need to have our soils ready to store it, like a sponge. But unfortunately, sometimes our soils are compacted or eroded, and with this, we lose 50% of the potential to store this rainwater. From a soil point of view, the main soil degradation problem in the kingdom is soil erosion by water, but particularly by wind. And you can see it. I took this picture when we were going to the field in the highway, and you can see easily how this sand is moving around. That is a clear, visible erosion. And the same here. This is a dam. Look at the color of the water. The water should be another color, not this one, right? This is showing you that this is full of soil that has been carried out by water from different parts of the watershed. If we see this field, you will see one species of shark that is not that welcome and not even palatable by animals, okay? But it is there. And if you see it, you will see that it created like a mound. This piece of vegetation has been protecting the soil. And if we measure, okay, the height of this small mound between two, we calculated and measured it around 30 centimeters. It means that we lost 30 centimeters of soil, okay, in this space.
That's interesting.
If we multiply this by the bulk density of the soil and we convert it into an area, we are talking about 156 tons of soil per hectare per year, which is, okay, maybe the calculation is not precise and you can say 100 tons. It still is a huge amount of soil that you lose. And you need to consider that for nature to create 1 centimeter of soils, you are talking about thousands of years. And in here, we are just losing it, okay? And there are different causes, many causes. One of them is overgrazing, of course, and the challenge here is that everybody wants to have vegetation, not only for making us happy to see it, but also animals need to be fed, and we need to find a way to put a solution. The solution to soil erosion is that we need to protect the soil, to cover it. How to cover it? By vegetation. So, yes, but if your soil is degraded because you lost the most rich part of your soil, which is the 30 centimeters that has all the nutrients, and then you lost the capacities to store water, it's a bit difficult to also allow vegetation to grow. So the two are interrelated. And we have these main soil factors that we need to overcome if we want to really grow vegetation. And definitely our dream is on how to make our soils healthier so that then we can contribute to this greening ambition. It's possible, it's doable, and we are trying to do this. And the first step towards it is to know our soils. We need to have detailed information about the potentials and the limitations of the soils around the kingdom so that we then can target very specific management practices that will allow us to overcome those challenges.
Lovely. Well,
Thank you.
You said that it is doable to have healthy soil. Now, I really want to know, how can we obtain healthy soil to have, a much easier greening process?
Okay. I visited some places where, for instance, for 2 consecutive years, the animals didn't enter this place, okay? It was somehow protected. And there you can see natural regeneration, particularly where you have 2 very important inputs. There was soil, some soil, because one of the challenges here is that we have many sandy soils, and in sandy soils it's very difficult to store water. All the water can go into the lower place, or it can become runoff if compacted, okay, and carry off by the flash floods. So if we have some soil to retain this moisture, and then you have more water for the plants, then you have natural regeneration, and we have seen it. So we need to try to replicate that concept, and we are trying to see how we can revert somehow these sandy soils by adding some organic matter. And we have heard today from many presentations that there are many materials that everybody wants to add to the soil, but we need to discover which one is safe, means free of pollutants, okay? Can be metals or can be also some microbes that are bad. It should be cost effective, and of course it should be giving us efficiency, because we need efficiency in the use of the water, but also in the use of the amendments to the soil.
Interesting. Thank you, Mr. Donald, for sharing.
Thank you.
Ronald, I'll get back to you, مهندس أحمد. تطرقت في إجابتك سابقا للذكاء الاصطناعي واستخدامات الذكاء الاصطناعي فيما يخص التشجير. لماذا هو مهم اليوم استخدام مثل هذه التقنيات في مشاريع الكبرى للتشجير؟
زي ما تعرفين أختي، الآن أعمال التشجير تكون مساحات كبيرة وبأعداد مهولة من الأشجار. متابعة الأعمال هذه
and to progress to monitor the progress is in a certain area for example
عندها مليون شجرة، صعب الإنسان يجي ويعد واحدة واحدة كذا لين يخلصها. فالتقنية سمحت لنا أن نستخدم.
The technology has allowed us to leverage the benefits of this technology in order to monitor the progress and also study the soil moisture, as my dear colleague Dr. Ronald mentioned, as my colleagues also mentioned before in other sessions. We need to care for a seedling, and until it becomes a tree, it could be irrigated sufficiently, caring for this seed from the moment it's planted. We could use artificial intelligence and other technologies to watch and monitor the health of the soil, and routine a routine in monitoring and control is important. Technology has accelerated so fast, and we see amazing technologies. Sometimes we could see the difference between areas and these colors that show us the areas, different areas, and we could reach to 255 different color scales that reflect different problems or indicate different algorithms that we have been able to cover vast landscapes and also quantities. So we have managed data.
There are other important things we notice in life. We see Saudi platforms that are really good at electronic platforms. We see the effort and the money and the resources spent on these platforms. These have a really influence on the economy of the country and Dr. Ahmed.
You now about the challenges you may have faced when using GIS sustainability modeling for tree plantation specifically.
You know, throughout the past, I don't know, 29 or 30 years of experience in this field and application of geospatial tools in environmental science in general, and specifically in you know, vegetative cover, is, and I will probably think about it like a tree. Like we plant a seed, if we don't water it, if we don't give it, you know, the agrochemicals that it would actually need, the fertilizers and all of that, then it dies. It doesn't continue. So the concept of sustainability in the suitability modeling is a key. And if we just put the data and we don't grow it, we don't convert the data to information, convert the information to decision making, that would actually allow decision makers to take informed decisions and reliable decisions based on dashboards and actual tools. I would also maybe share something here is, again, the technology has advanced quite a bit in the past few years. One of the applications that again, we've done in the past, but it needs to be integrated. So integrating all of these pieces like a puzzle, putting it together to get a very, very good and pretty picture, pretty and functional picture, not just pretty picture, is the agriculture, the water consumption of a tree. Is the tree actually using the right amount of water? And that helps in planning, that helps in the pipeline that Engineer Ahmed Al-Nami that was showing in the area. Is this pipe already sized good enough? Well, artificial intelligence can help, and again, the team and our team is ready to actually estimate using the remote sensing how much water is needed by each plant, each tree at the right stage of life of the tree. So again, the continuity, the glue, the backbone of this data, not just build the database and just drop it. No, we just collected the data, we had a sustainable plan, just take it through the fruition of that seed, not just a seed in the ground.
Interesting. So to each challenge, there's a solution. We just need to be patient and find that solution.
Yep. And sustain and continue that solution.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. And monitoring. And from that perspective, exactly, I would like to move to Mr. Ronald, and perhaps I'll conclude and end with this question. Now, we've all agreed that soil health is very important and essential to the process. What are ways to monitor the soil's health and create that sustainability that we are talking about?
Sure. Well, what is important is to monitor soil health over time in order to understand if our actions and solutions are really working and improving. And for this, the first step is to have a good baseline, right? And then compare some functional properties. For instance, having an indicator of this sandinization, we will call, because you have a lot of sand all over, right? So if we are taking measures of planting more vegetation, in theory that has to reduce this movement, right? So we need to find a way to compare how was before and how is it now. And the same with other important properties like carbon, although for carbon you need quite a lot of time to see a difference, okay? There are some short time, and then there are others that you need more time to see. And for this, we are planning to establish the soil information system of the country that will have this monitoring capacity, so we will be able to know if what we are doing is right or not.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Mr. Ronald Vargas, for joining us today. Dr. Ahmed Salah and Engineer Ahmed Nami, thank you so much for joining us in this session. It's so fruitful, and I loved and enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and enjoy the remaining of your evening.
The sixth and last session about the community engagement. It will revolve around the strengths of stakeholders and the role of the non-profit sector in and the other sectors for the afforestation goals. The members of this session Engineer Wael Boucha, Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Saghir, CEO of please welcome to the stage to start this session. Peace be upon you. First, I would like to apologize for the delay. I mean, 30 minutes delay is acceptable for fields like second, I believe that this session presents the nexus of the whole forum, given that afforestation efforts and all environmental efforts are teamwork. I always say that the Green Initiative is a project for the whole nation. It cannot be reached just by governmental efforts or private sectors. It's actually the role of the non-profit sector. But the non-profit sector is really needed to reach these goals. I welcome my my colleagues, and I will avoid presenting everyone to save time. I start with Mr. Sam Wewel. Program REEF is a lot of people hear about this program. Honestly, I have a personal relation with this program because my little daughter is named REEF. About REEF program and what it does. May Allah peace be upon you. REEF program is a program by His Royal Highness that launched in 2019. It was launched in it was in the main purpose of the program is to improve the sectors of agriculture, in addition to another sector that focuses on rural tourism, and of course the farmer obviously wants to farm and to keep farming and wants to be part of the Saudi Green Initiative. But in order to achieve that, there should be a chain, a sustainable chain of agriculture. And this is where REEF program comes in place to help either by two ways. First way is to give support to these farmers for the number of trees and the spaces, and the other thing is the most important thing about the program and the most sustainable is and is that all of these sectors we have conducted the research and we have determined the strengths and the weaknesses so we can solve the problems and improve it so that the whole process is a sustainable process whether the farmer gets a direct support or if it doesn't get a direct support. The program has launched over 90 projects. We have in the sector in that can cut the costs on the costs of production. That can even reach 90%. One of the farmers that we worked with have said that the farming costed a lot, and the program has been successful in cutting down the cost. In addition to other projects that transformative production and sharing and providing healthy nurseries to farmers. Thank you. I just want a quick question. Cutting the cost. What should be done and what should be avoided with other executive sectors? I talk about the program relies entirely on the community because the program has registered 19 million trees entirely entirely through farmers. The program has provided a lot of tools, even new tools. How these tools are used, they can be used through a partnership between the program and the foundation of Reef Civil that can work on all the region that we aim at, and that provides this service at a really reasonable cost for farmers. These organizations have helped reach the goals. And more questions at the end of the session. We move to Wael Busha. But his role is really important, being the one responsible for right. Of course, the association. We wait for the presentation. The association launches in which it's is based on the cooperation with the community through a framework of work with the stakeholders. Also, the National Center for Vegetation Cover Development, even that it's the sector and community as well, especially the community. All of these are partners in the framework that the association is leading. And it involves the governmental and non-profit organizations. So starting from the association has contributed to the afforestation of around 125,000 trees up until 2027, and it reached 31% with a number of partners. And the association also aims to not just in rural areas, but also in other mangrove, and also aims to plant a lot of mangrove trees, and it's produced 1 million, over 1 million trees over the coast of the kingdom. The mangrove is known to be a plant that really helps in carbon sequestration, and it really helps with the environment and to mitigate the emissions. Also, the association worked in a project that aims to improve the quality of life. It's a project that uses grey water from mosques, used waters from mosques, and reuses them. Up until now, it has reached over 90 mosques over the kingdom. The association also helped through its environmental work, through heritage, and it's a very ambitious project where it rehabilitates mosques, and it also uses grey water from these mosques and processes them for visitors and for people who want to see these mosques. We're now at stage 1, and through this journey, I can say that the association has contributed with the partners to achieve two principles. It focuses on the community engagement and also to making use of all the resources, all the natural resources, so we can develop it and work with non-profit organizations, and also make use of expertise. Expertise is also considered as resources. The association also started executing a lot of projects, cleaning beaches and parks, and working with protected areas, and And the association also gives scholarships and support to association to help them. Can you answer a question I have? What's the position of Morouj? Does it describe you as a competitive leader? Competent is the association isn't a competitor to these associations, but it is actually is a non-profit organization as well. The only difference that the association was founded by the ministry, and it's a supportive. It has a supportive role, not a competitive one. I believe that I read it as the ministry is getting close to non-profit. Yes, the ministry is. The ministry are doing their best to support. Also, more questions at the end. We move to Dr. Abdurrahman. I will try to keep track of the time. 5 minutes. It also holds 2 positions. I also believe he will talk to us today from the perspective of presentation, please. While we wait for the presentation, of course, the engagement of enabling the community engagement isn't a new a new thing. Because it's the first beneficial from these improvements are the communities, and the very first impacted segments are the communities. Thus, their cooperation and engagement are required. Therefore, what makes enabling community engagement really important is in afforestation is a really important thing. First of all, first reason is the Kingdom's Vision 2030, and its preservation of the environment and the and involuntary work and quality of life. We also look at the certification and to provide an environment for voluntary work. So vision of the Kingdom's Vision 2030 has emphasized the voluntary work and the community engagement for afforestation, and the target is 1 million volunteer. Also enabling the community, whether it's individuals or groups, 10,000s of volunteers, of passionate volunteers, which reaches a lot of goals and facilitates afforestation programs. And one of the main reasons for enabling is the importance of trees to humans. The trees impact all segments of the community to improve the quality of air, to decrease the temperature, and to decrease the consumption of energy, and to improve the biodiversity. Also improving the mental health. And it also increases the chances of rain. There are a lot of ways the community can participate and engage. Is not only it doesn't have to be direct, but there are also other ways individuals can participate and engage to improve or develop the vegetation cover. Providing seeds and nurseries, actual engagement in the works and the afforestation initiatives. Also, support the financial support to the afforestation initiatives, and also to provide a scientific content on the importance of the vegetation cover and the afforestation patterns by experts in the field. Also to volunteer with the civil associations and all sorts of works. 5 minutes have passed. Uh, 5 minutes have left. Please hurry up. So we'll just showcase some success stories for community engagement in afforestation. For example, the restoration of environment projects in Kubuchi Desert, the Chinese Kubuchi Desert. Also, Serena program for afforestation in Kenya and some countries in east of Africa. The Greenbelt team in Africa. And a lot of examples, and for example, Jadaf Mulay Bank, which was named forestman, Indian forestman. Yaqub Sawadago, the man that stopped desertification and regained vegetation cover. The Brazilian couple that turned a valley, a deserted valley, into a forest in less than 20 minutes. You can see the picture in the... Locally, there are a lot of passionate volunteers and people who make great initiatives in afforestation. I will talk about the project of rehabilitation of a park of Park Shaqouq, and in the project, the Shogog Park, there was an agreement to rehabilitate that location, which is around to plant trees, around 40,000 trees, and also to make a nursery and a gallery that works on renewable energy. I conclude with a project, which is a project that saves and improves plants, and it's supported by Bank SAB, and it is a prominent project that aims to protect plants and especially extincting plants. I will conclude with this, and thank you. Thank you, Doctor, and comparing global experiences, is there really is there a difference between them? What's your assessment of the Saudi community? To be honest, in the kingdom, it's quite new. Voluntary work in the kingdom is quite new, but we do have some really great initiatives. And one of the factors for the success of afforestation is the cooperation of the governmental sector, the private sector, and the non-governmental sector, and the cooperation between all of these. Switching to our last speaker, Yvonne, do you want?
إذا إيفون طبعا كان لك دور فعال فيما يتعلق بطريقة الطريق لمبادرة السعودية الخضراء.
I will leave it to your interest, please.
Thank you, Khaled. I'm delighted to be here and to join these esteemed panelists. I'm going to talk a little bit about citizen science. So this morning, for those of you that were here, we had His Excellency Minister Al Fadli launch Discover Nature, the NCVC's approach to citizen science, which is very exciting. So I hope to give you a little bit of background around citizen science and why we're doing it, and just a very quick overview. And essentially to convey that this is one other way that our communities can contribute to greening efforts through volunteering and collaboration. So when we look at citizen science, it's not a new thing. It's been around for a while. If we look back to Charles Darwin and the origin of the species, he actually used citizen science records for this. You know, they were letters, 15,000 of them, from people, friends, gardeners that he gathered to develop this work. So this is around a long time. However, today, because of technology, everybody has a phone in their hand, everyone has a camera in their hand. It makes it really easy to stop and document and capture information. And so citizen science, what we're seeing is it's accelerating globally. So you can see there in the graph actually a representation of citizen science contributions to the academic literature, and we can see they're growing over the years and really rapidly. And if we look at the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, we can find that over 50% of the knowledge there has been contributed by citizen science. If we look to NASA, pointing case around the academic literature, NASA run a lot of citizen science projects. They've got about 34 on the go at the moment. Really interesting, really diverse. Anybody in the world can contribute. And what they've done is they've actually named over 400 citizens on the academic peer review due to their contributions to the science discoveries by NASA. So the point here is that citizen science can be a very meaningful way for a community to contribute to any kind of effort. One project I quite like is actually that the UK Space Agency sent one of their astronauts into space with hundreds of thousands of seeds. They took them up to the International Space Station, then they came back down to Earth. They gave the seeds to over 8,000 schools in the UK, and over 600,000 students across the UK were involved in growing these seeds. They were rocket seeds to understand, were they going to grow differently? Were there going to be any sort of moderations to them given that they'd been in space? And they wanted to understand, are seeds resilient in space? And certainly for the rocket seeds, they're resilient in space. So this is showing the novel ways in which you can use citizen science, even just working with children. In Australia, where I've spent some time, they have the Atlas of Living Australia, and this is comprised of millions of records of biodiversity data contributed by both scientists and citizen science. And so if you look at some of the examples of their projects, they're actually developing biosecurity alerts based on citizen science data. So to find an incursion of a weed, a pest, or a disease, with citizen science, it's advancing how quickly you find it. So with citizen science data, it makes the finding of an incursion 2 to 3 years faster than it might otherwise be. So it's a significant type of contribution that citizen science can make. One project I ran was to develop a biodiversity strategy for Melbourne, but back when we did it, we didn't have actually any biodiversity records for the city. And we also didn't have a very big budget to do a big biodiversity survey. So we engaged the citizens. They got out into the streets, gardens, parks, and they were deployed in what we call a BioBlitz, which is a really rapid biodiversity survey. They gathered all thousands of data records that were then subsequently taken by scientists, analysed, new discoveries made, and then built into a biodiversity strategy. The work was furthered around a project around insects. My colleague Ronald, who spoke earlier about soil, he said, you know, we only know 2% of the biodiversity of the soil. And certainly when we look at insects, they're a really strong indicator of soil health. So this project, we gathered a lot of information from the citizen science on the insects. We used that information as well to develop a book for children that was delivered to the schools so that they could understand the biodiversity in their own city. And of course we did the same for butterflies, mapped the butterflies to what plants they were using the citizen science, and managed to bring more butterflies back into the city. So you can make some really significant contributions to greening efforts through citizen science. Also, if you look at some of the larger projects, over 600,000 citizen scientists help calculate that Earth is home to 50 billion birds. That's about 6 birds per person. And of course, every time a citizen science project is undertaken on a large scale, and certainly we hope the NCVC's project is going to be large scale, we're making new discoveries, and this is a common thing. And even if we look at one of the projects that was run locally a couple of years ago, KAUST discovered using citizen science records that the Red Sea is actually home to rare habitat for endangered manta ray species. So my colleague, Professor Abdullah Rahman, mentioned, you know, that engaging communities is a relatively new thing here. But, you know, when we look at, you know, the level of enthusiasm that's being, you know, shown already, over 600,000 people carried out voluntary jobs in 2022 and donated over 40 million hours of their time. That's amazing. Can you imagine what we could build that into for greening? And so if we look at our greening efforts and the ways that citizen science can contribute, we can look at species documentation and where we find particular species growing. We can look at climate response because we know that climate change is shifting the plant life cycles. Some of them are coming into bloom earlier, some later. We can document this with citizen science quite easily. And even looking at our rangelands, the rangelands health, you know, having temporal documentation of rangelands could really tell us a lot. And so here are some of the ways that citizen science could contribute for us. It's really easy to do. You just need a phone, or you can use a web-based application or GIS, or like we're going to do at NCVC, we're going to use social media and the Twitter hashtag for Discover Nature. And if I wrap up, the key benefits around citizen science, my key message here is it's a really meaningful way to engage communities, and it reaches people that might want to contribute in a different way from going planting or doing things like that. So you've got benefits that you can draw down, like this is really cheap, the cost is low, so there's no barrier to entry for citizen scientists. It can be done quickly, so speed is a really important factor. You've got the new species discovery, like I mentioned. Awareness, you develop awareness really rapidly with the community when they get involved, and because of that you have behavior change, and then of course you develop trust with the organizations. So that's a quick wrap on citizen science. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. And to me, actually, this is very inspiring, especially to see that there is a global program that Saudi can easily tap into instead of building something from scratch. And I think this is very relevant and very crucial to Saudi Arabia specifically because of the amount of knowledge that is accumulated with the community based on their experiences, field experiences, and lifestyle that they have developed their own ways of doing things, whether with livestock or animals or green or whatever, and that really puts a system to gathering this knowledge. Somebody calls it gray literature.
That's correct.
The question is, how do you see schooling system engaged in the process, and how can that be a vehicle, if I may call it, for stimulating, and not only stimulating, but also building the interest at the youth level, at the kids level, to embracing such science and tapping into the system? And maybe the second part of this question is how to build economic value from the knowledge that is collected, accumulated from such a system, to funnel it into what kind of an ecosystem do we need to take that knowledge into not only the research labs, but the commercialization path?
Sure. So on schools, like I've shown with what they've done in the UK, they had the children growing seeds and documenting records as they were growing, and those records then being delivered and analysed by scientists. I think if you involve children in citizen science, it shows that their efforts are meaningful, that they can contribute to the development of new knowledge. I mean, the beauty of citizen science is there is no barrier, so anybody can take part as long as they are able to take a record of what they're doing. And so for schools, it can be done really rapidly, it can be done quickly, and we can have, anything from a backyard BioBlitz, students can capture what's in their own backyards, and we could, discover a lot more about what people are interested in terms of their plants. But also, when they go and they visit certain sites or the national parks, we can document different things that are happening at different times, and that's really important. And I think, it's not lost the significance of the 10 billion trees target across such vast landscapes. We need to understand those landscapes better, and more people contributing to that can really help. And then when you talk about the commercialization of information, well, of course, the beauty about a lot of these platforms is that the information is open and that it's shared. And often when you have a platform like that and you allow the information to be accessible to everyone, then you find that you have the entrepreneurs and the innovators come along, see something they can do with the data, take it and run with it and turn it into something that can be really beneficial and helpful.
Very interesting, and I would really like to see NCVC publishing the results of gathering information and the community interaction with this platform. A round of questions before people fall apart being hungry. ارجع لك أستاذ حسام. من واقع تجربتك وتجربتكم عموما في ريف، ما هي التحديات؟
What are the challenges that has faced you while dealing with communities, local communities, and what are the cultural challenges, social challenges that has faced you while trying to engage the community? Challenge-wise, it is collaboration. Of course, this program was at the service of farmers. Decision makers are also going to play a vital role in order to engage the community and the local community and the farmers. So as well, living with farmers, the field workers that we depend on, and also partners and stakeholders that we depend on, is and FAO, for example, non-governmental organizations. We would like to choose the youth, of course, select youth that work with us from the local community, and also from the local community farmers, in order to understand their mentality and work with them and engage with them. For instance, for example, in one of the biggest initiatives at our program, it is collecting rainfall, and these programs related to collecting rainfall is funded by 200 million Saudi riyals. And what we focused on is the data and information that the local communities, ancient local communities, have leveraged and developed these methods for collecting rainfall. Therefore, we could learn from the lessons by these tribes, and rainfall collection is just a drop in the ocean, and wherever we could support the greening programs and making it lesser costly. Now the question that we need to ask, not to you, Dr. Hissam, but to you, Dr. Abdel Hissam, and also Dr. Yvonne. مدى الطموح عندما نتحدث عن
Do you see missing
التحديات
in what is happening in the stimulation efforts? بالدور.
أنا متفائل جدا من المشاركة المجتمعية، وهي ملموسة فعلا وتؤتي ثمارها، لكن مثل ما قلت العمل المجتمعي في مجال البيئة جديد وحديث عهد نسبيا، تحتاج الجمعيات تحديدا جمعيات.
And therefore we need to contribute to the support of the community engagement related to the public support or private sector support as well. Also the pivotal role of the water, agriculture, environment ministry, as well as we have a gap related to the contribution of the private sector. We need to fill that gap related to the private sector and help us as the public sector in order to fulfill our goals. But indicators are positive, and we are looking forward to the ambitious future. In summary and in a nutshell, there are opportunities, big opportunities, and engagement of the local community is in increase. We are talking about a new age where ambition is prevailing, and therefore we need to develop these communities. We have the public, private sector, and the NGOs to work together, and the enabler for these these communities and entities, some regions in the kingdom do not have associations. Some associations need enabling and support. So private sector should play its role, the public sector and the community as well, in order to benefit from the opportunities and seize the opportunities in front of them. إذن أعتقد أن الأشخاص يحبون الطبيعة ويحبون الأشجار، ولكن أحيانا في عالم متصل بشكل وطيد بالتقنية يكون لدينا صعوبة
allow people to connect back with nature. It allows them to feel all of the benefits from that. And I think the job ahead of us is really to communicate to them and make them aware of the amazing things that are happening and the way that they can get involved. I mean, that's really essential. And I think once we do that, we can harness the passion that people have. Because what I find talking to most young people nowadays is they want to do something that makes a difference. They want to feel like what they've done is valued. And I think, you know, the range of activities that we can offer for community engagement and greening are really meaningful and substantial. And it's just about communicating that so that they're all aware of it.
Thank you, Yvonne. And نغلق الجلسة، لكن أنا سأحتفظ بحقي في التعليق خاصة على السؤال الأخير، وأعتقد أنه ما ذكر المهندس وائل والكثير يعلق عليه.
Mention what Engineer Wael said, that we have to focus on awareness, because depending on community engagement is to transform positive from negative behaviors to positive behaviors. And of course we should work on raising awareness from a young age, and of course as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said, these are the fuel, the next generation are the fuel of our community. And thank you so much to our panelists. This session was fruitful and we have benefited from your insights. Looking forward in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we would like to close the forum, the National Afforestation Forum that works towards a green future, of course, in alignment with the initiative launched by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Saudi Green Initiative, SGI. Thank you so much for your participation, and now we invite you to have lunch, and excuses for any delay. And thank you, and God's peace and mercy be upon you all.